I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked it.
Good morning. How are ya? Gen X, I never liked him. Good morning. Morning, more damage I see. Today is SCOTUS day. Uh-oh. So much mental damage. I know, guys. I'm, weirdly enough, I think I'm more sick today than I was on Monday or Tuesday. I actually, so on Monday, I had the sniffles. On Tuesday, I had the sniffles and a little bit of a headache. On Wednesday, I don't have the sniffles really anymore, but I have a sore throat and I have a headache. So I think the sickness has gone from my lungs and my throat and my nose into my brain. So I'm going to be especially stupid today. But you know what? It's an especially stupid week, so who cares? Ah! Oh, my light. My 3-point lighting system. No, my dog. My light. My dog. Stop licking the doorknobs. That's not an option with toddlers, man. With toddlers. So I was already getting sick because my family was sick last week. And then in order to celebrate our sickness, my family was getting over it. And I think I was probably coming down with it, although the symptoms were really early. So on Sunday, we went to a bounce house park. We went to, you know what? I'm just going to dox it. I don't give a shit. We went to Monkey Joe's. Okay. Monkey Joe's is you spend $15 and then your kids can run around in bounce houses because the entire gym is filled with bounce houses. But then the problem is that the place is run by a bunch of teenagers. And so as a result, they maybe spray the bounce houses and foam pits with some general purpose cleaner once every 6 hours. And so it's just a germ factory. I basically went to celebrate my family getting over their sickness and me coming down with sickness. I went to a bio weapons lab. I went to a biohazard weapons lab for fun. So yeah. All right, reading chat because I'm not ready for it. Any weak and achies, Connor? Yeah. Yep. Gen X says, me neither, sympathy. In fact, the last relationship I had might have possibly become permanent, ended in 2015. Best thing Trump ever did was save me from marrying a MAGA. Jesus. Someone please tell me what just happened. Conservatism says that scream was a lot to hear for not having coffee yet. Yeah, so my dog, because you guys have met my dogs. My white dog, my 50-pound dog that should be 30 pounds, was just walking around and smacked my light, and then my light collapsed into my face. Now, the good news is the light only weighs 5 pounds, so it's not a big deal. But okay, that sounded gayer than the first time. Yeah, well, it happens. Grassroots for 20, thank you for kicking us off, King. I may have mega rabies, but at least I'm still R-slurred, Connor. Well, no, yeah, from Connor, quote. I may have mega rabies, but at least I'm still R-slurred. No, that's me. Sen Patty says, Connor scream woke me up. Based. Just get the children cardboard boxes. Listen, man, I would. I told the wife when we had kids, I was like, dude, we don't need to buy them outfits for the first 3 years. For the first 3 years, we can buy a canvas bag of potatoes. We can slice out arm and leg holes, and then we can just change their diapers, and they can just wear potato bags every single day. And she was like, no. And I was like, okay, well, we're going to spend a bunch of money we don't need to spend. And then we spent a bunch of money that we don't need to spend. Grassroots says, I may be stupid, but at least I ain't got no money. I know. I know. No, hey, I'm right there with you. But if you're going to be stupid, you got to be tough. And I'll say, as stupid as I am, I do consider myself a little bit tough. Patriarch with 10 gifted Valor Media Network memberships, kicking us off again. Guys, you don't have to be this nice. You were super nice yesterday. You were super nice this week. You were super nice last week. You were super nice the month before. I appreciate your financial support, but pace yourselves, please. Do not bankrupt yourself for the stream. All right? Do not bankrupt yourself for the stream. Not that you guys are. I'm assuming you guys are gainfully employed and you're just super chatting me while you're at work and you're, professionals and you know how to manage your finances. I'm assuming you don't have a crippling crack addiction. So I appreciate the financial support, but please do not bankrupt yourselves on my behalf. My parents unironically had me wear a potato sack. Based. Your parents are based, Groovy Harps. You are a person of good character. I can tell that already. Nightingale Wing says, what are we watching today? Anything good? No, we're going to hurt ourselves. We're going to hurt ourselves psychically. Somebody suggested, I think it was Justin. Justin suggested Nick Fuentes versus Gavin McInnes. But I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of grumpy today, and I have a feeling that they would put me in a bad mood. So I don't know if I want to do that. Like, I think I would get legitimately pissed off. Rachel Wilson, though. Rachel Wilson is Andrew Wilson's wife, and she did a few debates recently. So I was just thinking about doing that. Just because, like, I feel like it would still be psychically painful, but we could at least be like, ha ha ha, that's stupid. Like, we could have fun with it. Like, we wouldn't get mad. Or at least I wouldn't get as mad as I would with Nick Fuentes. Because, by the way, Justin, my opinion of Nick Fuentes is he's incredibly smart and should know better, but he doesn't. That's my opinion of Nick Fuentes. Does plastic crack count? Sure does. Patriarch says, where do you think the Ukraine aid ended up, Connor? No idea. Are you talking about, like, Ukraine is corrupt and so it didn't make it to the front lines? Or are you talking about the United States cut off aid and therefore we don't know how much they actually received? Justin says, thanks for not finishing the Red Scare podcast today. Listen, man, I'm sorry. I don't know if that's sarcastic or not, but like the vocal fry wasn't that bad. I was okay with the vocal fry. It was kind of like listening to ASMR, but like listening to Nick Fuentes talk to two ASMR chicks was like weirdly, it was like getting in a warm bath because it sounded like ASMR, but then it was like the bath was filled with soap that burned your skin. It was like I was welcomed into something. It was like being in an acid bath, being in the perfect temperature acid bath. What do they even agree on? If you're talking about Gavin McInnes and if you're talking about Nick Fuentes, Gavin McInnes is kind of libertarian, but he's also somebody who, like, he thinks that MAGA authoritarianism in order to fight the left, in order to restore, even though he's Canadian, to restore kind of like American libertarianism, like fuck you, punk rock, don't tell me what to do, kind of like Gen X, older millennial. Imagine if somebody who like Rage Against the Machine didn't understand that Rage Against the Machine was like lefty, anarchist, communist revolutionaries. And instead they were like a libertarian whose mom's, as a matter of fact, let me show it to you. I'm going to show you guys this. This is actually incredibly important to understand Gavin McInnes. What was it? Thad Castle. What was it? Do you know why I eat 4 bowls of? It's like it's a cereal joke. God, it was so fucking funny. Is it Lucky Charms? Lucky Charms. Lucky Charms? Damn. I'm trying to think of it. There's this fucking clip. So Thad Castle, I'm just going to show you the screen even if I can't do it. Let's do it. There's a scene. So Thad Castle is like a charismatic douchebag from the TV show Blue Mountain State, which was really like the last thousands, early tens, gross out sex comedy college show. And there's this scene in the TV show where Thad Castle is like, nice. Thad Castle is like bored. He's not bored. He's eating like 3 bowls of like sugary cereal. And he's like, do you know why I eat 3 bowls of Lucky Charms every single day? And Alex Moran, the college character, or the quarterback character, is like, no, why do you eat 3 bowls of, and Thad interrupts and he's like, because my bitch mom said I couldn't. Like that's Gavin McInnes, man. Gavin McInnes's attitude is his parents told him no when he was a teenager, and as a result, he needs to tell the world to fuck off. But he's like 50, so it's not cute anymore. You know, it's not funny. Like you can be into telling your parents or your authority figures to fuck off when you're, I don't know, like a teenager, when you're in your 20s. That's fine. But when you're like 50 and you're still telling every authority figure around you to fuck off because you just have like this teenage sense of rebellion, you're a fucking idiot. You need to shut the fuck up and grow up. CD Democrat says, anyone remember when Rachel debated under the name based homeschool mom? Lols. No, that's ancient lore. Justin says, yeah, you would get pissed. They argue about the Jewish question. I mean, we could talk about it, but Groovy Harp says Nick versus Gavin can be summed up with Nick saying Jews bad and Gavin saying Muslims worse for 57 minutes. Nice. Nightgale Wing says, okay, I will take psychic damage. It will be better than arguing with my family today. That's debatable, but I appreciate you being brave. Sorry, I'll dismiss myself now. No, don't need to. Don't need to. Officer Nasty 70 says, wait, what the fuck am I wrong? I thought Connor got mad at Andrew for talking about Mrs. Point's public tweets. Isn't it a bad idea to cover Andrew's wife? Andrew's wife, I'm not covering Andrew's wife to talk shit about Andrew's wife. I'm covering Andrew's wife because Andrew's wife is a content creator. My wife is not a content creator. And by the way, I should probably, how do I phrase this? I don't give that much of a shit that Rob Noor talked about my wife. And he's right. He's right to a degree that my wife was being critical. Well, let's say she was being mean, because she can be mean. She can be really funny, but she can be really mean too. She was being mean on Twitter, of course. But what I find so funny about MAGA, and maybe this is what I was gesturing towards, even though in the heat of the debate I didn't articulate it well, is that MAGA has this like chivalrous American gentleman conservative. I'm the real social conservative. I'm the real fiscal conservative. I'm the real Republican. I'm a real conservative. At which point is like telling one of your professional peers that you like their wife wants to fuck you. Like at what point of that is that like conservative behavior? Because I'll tell you what. I'm not like a perfect person at all. I talk a lot of crazy shit. I say a lot of crazy stuff for fun. But I guarantee you, I very much doubt that I've ever implied that I would have sexual relations with a peer coworker's wife or girlfriend. I don't think I've ever made those jokes because I actually find those jokes pretty cringe and pretty compensatory. It's like you're coping or you're compensating for something. But then not just that. Even if I did, if my mom saw that or if my wife saw that, they would fucking grab me by the ear, drag me to the closest sink and wipe out my mouth with soap. And that's funny because I do say a bunch of crazy shit, but like joking about having sex with or having an affair with somebody's wife is just like, it's, I don't know. I think it's dumb and gay and cringe. No offense to my homosexuals. I love my homosexuals, but I think it's gay in the lame sense of the word. Tezzy says, good morning, Connor. Good morning, Tezzy. Binks BB says, Dasha debated Jay Dyer once. It was hilarious. Nice. Although Jay Dyer is a fucking pedant. Like the last 2 or 3 times I've seen Jay Dyer debate, he was being a pedant. Cause says, why does Valor Media show our display names, but Counterpoint shows our usernames? I don't know, man. I just work here. Fruit Loops. There we go. Was it Fruit Loops? If it's Fruit Loops, I'm gonna pull it up if I can find it. Thad Castle. Hold on. There's a new Piers Morgan episode. There's a new Piers Morgan episode with Destiny on it. Maybe we could do that. But what is it about? Propagandist. Does Trump deserve Peace Prize? Plus Piers Morgan destroys Democrat in trans row. I don't know. That doesn't sound fun to me. Thad Castle Fruit Loops. Please, God, be on YouTube. Damn, I don't see it as a clip, but that shit was hysterical, where it's like, do you know why? Do you know why I eat 3 bowls of Fruit Loops every single day? And Alex Moran's like, why? Because my bitch mom said I couldn't. Adam Freeman with Michael Knowles was genuinely hilarious. I'll think about it. I dislike both people. Normally, I don't need to like people in an interview or a debate in order to cover it, but I find that I get some psychological respite. I'm sensitive today, guys. I'm just a sensitive guy. I normally find that I need something redeeming about the conversation in order to enjoy it. Grassroots says, I remember listening to Gavin on Opie and Anthony, and they literally made Gavin a fascist post-ironically. I know, right? Christian Blair says it's based Alan Richardson is blowing up later in his career. I know, he deserves it. He deserves it. Audacity says, sorry to hear your group chats leak. True. You know what my beef with the group chats are? My beef with the group chats is not that the group chats happened. My beef with the group chats is not even that they're making fucking Hitler jokes and racist anti-African jokes and anti-African American jokes. That's not my problem. My problem is that they're not jokes. That's my problem with it. My problem is that there's actually a dissident right-wing infiltration of the Republican Party that views fascism as necessary in order to own the left and views racism as necessary in order to own the blacks, the Jews, the Hispanics, and the gays. And I think that's fucking cringe as shit. Crasher says 8 years of publicly gaslighting Gavin took him from Vice to punching a microphone with Destiny and getting tossed and trying to pick up Lauren Southern. Lol. I know. He has a very frenetic life. Kaz says, wasn't Gavin McInnes the founder of the Proud Boys? He was the founder of the Proud Boys. He was the original Proud Boy. Bud123 says, I'm recovering from my leg days pretty fast. If I'm able to walk the next day, my leg day is a failure. Lol. True. The best thing, not the best thing, but the way that I knew that I had a good leg day was if I was walking like a penguin for 2 or 3 days afterwards. That's how I knew I had a good leg day. Bud123 says, do Mrs. and Mr. Point segments right now? We're in a bit of a tiff right now, to be honest, but it's okay. We'll be all right. We're just tiffing. What's a tiff? Remember Mike from PA, the meme yelling at Vosh, what's a tiff? The wife and I are having a trade disagreement. Officer Nasty says, oh, okay, if you don't consider public tweets calling someone out a public figure, then that's fair. No. Rob is not crazy in the wrong. Okay. Rob isn't crazy in the wrong. He's just a little in the wrong, but that's okay. It's okay to be a little in the wrong. If anything, my frustration with Rob is that we've had the same conversation like 7 times now. That's my real frustration with Rob. My real frustration he's like, you claim to be a Republican who cares about the Republic, and you claim to care about mild social conservative and fiscal conservative values, and yet you worked with Democrats in order to elect people down ballot. And like the down ballot thing is just not true. He just keeps saying it because he thinks it's a fucking own. And then I've explained my rationale like a million times, but the one vector of attack he has is like, you work with bad people. That's like the one vector of attack he has. So he just repeats it. But we've had the same conversation like 5 times now. So it's like, okay, can we talk about something else? Grassroots gifted 10 Valor Media Network memberships. You guys are too kind. Seriously. It's like I'm going to shut down the stream. I already made the money I need to make for the day. I'm kidding. I'll be here for the next 4 or 5 hours, but you guys are too kind. I haven't even done anything yet. I literally woke up I felt sick. I took my boy to school. I grabbed caffeine. I put Rachel Wilson in the title, and I'm coming to hang out with you guys and bullshit. That's my day so far. My day has been like an hour of consciousness with 15 minutes of effort. And the effort has been very lackluster, and you guys are being too nice to me already. Groovy Harp says, Blue Mountain State is so good. BMS Trailer Park Boys and Kenny versus Spenny are the three dragons of my teenage weed smoking entertainment. It was good, man. Alex Moran being depressed when they got kicked out of the league. I was in a breakup at the time, and watching Alex Moran be depressed, walking around being alcoholic, that was actually like, he made me cry. Nightingale says, Crystal Ball had her pictures leaked. Emma, I don't think that has one bad thing happen to her considering she went to a private school. I don't know how Crystal Ball tolerates Sagar and Jenny. What picture did Crystal Ball have leaked? Were they group messages or were they nudie messages? What are you talking about? Because if Crystal Ball had her nude pictures leaked, that's disgusting, you know? It's just Abby for $2 says, update your links to get a link tree or something. That's true. I need to do a link tree. Christian Blair says, I hate the cry, bullying, and hypocrisy. Just own it and don't cry when the left engages in the same rhetoric. Yep. As long as they don't want to literally own the blacks, that probably is probably too bad. True. Some of them want to own the blacks. That's true. AK Batasui is, if you aren't man enough to own your own words, then don't say it. Yep. Justin says Israel broke the ceasefire again. It's the third time. Yeah. Well, dude, no offense. Like all of the Trump has saved the world. Trump has saved the planet. Trump deserves a Nobel Peace Prize. Seemed a little early. Seemed a little premature to me. Oh, man. Grassroots says, you know nothing about politics. You know nothing about politics, Jon Snow. Turi Gianos' trade disagreement, time for tariffs. I agree. I just think a trade war would probably be bad for both parties. Kaz says, honestly, it feels disingenuous when people say Republicans got rid of slavery. I don't think they're ever against owning slaves. It was socially acceptable to admit. Yeah, well, yeah. And then they talk about like the party swap where they're like, yeah, well, we're representative of the real American working class. And then it's like, well, the real American working class is kind of like, I don't know. They're at least like a little racist. And like, I'm not even saying that like I'm indicting them. I'm a little racist. I'm just saying like, you know, some of them are not the fun racist. Okay. So the fun racism, I like fun racism. I like, you look different from me. Your people have a different history, different food, different mannerisms, different culture. I come from a different people, different history, different mannerisms, different culture. And so let's make fun of each other's shit, but then let's come together for work or a project or being citizens of the nation or being good community members. That's the kind of racism I like, where we rib each other, but we're ribbing each other out of love. Or even if there's some like hostility there, we're ribbing each other because we want to make the other person laugh. And then we want to work together, even though we dislike each other. That's the kind of racism that I'm okay with. The racism that I don't like is like the neo-segregationist, we're different, we're almost different species of human. Therefore, we can't cooperate and we can't coexist and we can't work on mutually beneficial projects. I think that's my problem with racism. It's not whether or not you make racist jokes. It's not whether or not you have bigoted beliefs. It's whether or not you believe that members of different groups can share an overarching objective with you, and then you guys can work together. I think that's what frustrates me about like modern right-wing racism. Because just as an example, I'm going on a rant, but I'm sick. So just excuse me. I'm sick. Okay. I'm just throwing shit at the wall because I'm R-slurred right now from sickness. But the 2005 to 2008 racism that I experienced, I thought was perfect. Now, maybe it's my white privilege showing, but getting into a Call of Duty lobby with my black friend and my Hispanic friends and my Asian friend, and then trading barbed racist insults and jokes for like 5 hours was probably the best time of my life. That was probably some of the most fun that I've ever had in my life, was being racist with the boys, playing video games with a public chat. That was probably the most fun that I've ever had. And so I think the racism that we engaged in was fun. It was productive racism. We would make jokes about the Asian kid being good at math, or the Asian kid, playing piano, or the Asian kid having overly strict parents, or the Asian kid, trying too hard to succeed. Then with the black kids, obviously, we kind of made jokes about their dad not being around, or we made jokes about them being poor or from the wrong side of the tracks, or some shit like that, right? It was making fun of their poverty and lack of fathers. Even if they had a dad, we still made fun of them for not having a dad. And then with the Hispanic kids, we made fun of them for being like recent immigrants. We made fun of them for being border jumpers, or, wetbacks, or, like a Caribbean person was like a water bean related slur, like we would say crazy shit like that. And so the whole point of it, though, wasn't we actually hated each other and we actually wished the worst upon each other. We loved each other. We were making fun of each other. We were having fun. We were working on a group project. So and the group project was digital violence. So that was great. That was fun. I think it was great. Beef Supreme says, I don't blame Rachel. I wouldn't want to be with a guy who can't open a jar of pickles. Damn. Doing the pickle memes? That sucks. For all the mean things I say about the right, I'm also worried about how much Democrats bent the knee to the woke left, but at least they aren't endorsing Mamdani and they coordinate primaries. Yeah, I know. For the Democrats, I think the self sweep is the liberals and the Democrats might sweep too much for the far left, but the liberals and the Democrats are not actually evil. And I think for the right wing, the cope is that the ideas or the ideals are good. The people just suck ass. And that's kind of like, that's my cope. My cope is that mixed economy capitalism, representative democracy, gun rights, individual rights, constitutionalism, republicanism, entrepreneurialism, industriousness, pursuing virtue. These are all fantastic ideas, and they largely emanate from what would be considered conservative philosophy. But conservatives themselves, the people who claim most to be associated with this philosophy, are hypocritical pieces of shit. And I don't know what to do about that. Besides criticize. Nightingale says they were semi-nudes. It happened when Crystal was running for office. She also did a segment about it, breaking points. It might have been a while when she was on the Hill. Oh, got you. Yeah. No, Christian Valeris, you confirmed the same thing. She got racy photos released when she was running. Yeah, I get it. Crystal Ball's photos were leaked, were suggested party photos. Who cares? Racy party photos? What, from the thousands? Let me see. So I'm just gonna go through. I'm not gonna look at anything crazy, but it's two chicks in their 20s who look like they're about to make out, but they are not making out. They just look like they're gonna make out. It's her grabbing Rudolph's nose as if it was a schlong, although she's just wearing a dress and a Santa hat. It's her wearing a provocative dress at a house party. And it's somebody, it's her friend pretending to fillet Rudolph's nose. It's her leading Rudolph around with a leash and biting the leash as if it's a provocative BDSM scenario. That's almost nothing. I don't know why anybody would give a shit about this. Who cares? I don't know. Maybe I was just around in the thousands. Maybe I was just around in the thousands, and so that just looks like a banger ass. Like, there's only like 4 people in the picture, so if anything, that actually looks like not that great of a party, just because there's not that many people there. But realistically, I would say that looks like the way people are dressed and the way people are behaving, that is a mild 2000s party. That was almost nothing. I can't believe that even became. I wouldn't, if I was running for office and those photos got leaked of me, I would barely acknowledge it. I'd be like, yeah, I was having fun in the thousands. Who gives a fuck? That's how I would have addressed my leaked photos. Fashion 40 says the race thing with the boys is an age thing. You don't really feel it until you're going to the workforce and it's an adult society. I know. Conservatism says banter on voice chat was the game within the game. Somehow this too is no longer permitted. Never forget what they took from us. True. It really always been about the time with the boys in our youth. I know. Kaz says, I also think the way that a bunch of lefties are hiding their power level, I think various people on the right are only pretending to be against slavery. Yeah, sure. No, there's plenty of dissident right-wing people who are pieces of shit who are hiding their power level. I agree. And that's the reason why I don't like Phil Labonte. Well, I like Phil Labonte on a personal level, but the reason why I don't like Phil Labonte's current sweeping for the fucking far right is he's like, oh, the left never calls out their bad guys, so why should I call out my bad guys? And it's like, because your bad guys are pieces of shit. That's why. Justin says, Nick spoke about the racial issue as well. He said there will always be asymmetrical disparities between whites and blacks will always fight against whites for power. Okay, I mean, that could be descriptively true. That doesn't mean that we can't be productive together towards shared goals. Evan says, I've sat with the thought that if conservative politicians weren't so openly hateful of brown people or stood for broad conservatism while allowing others to do what they want in private, alas, I'm as lib gets. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, this was nothing. Who's Rachel Wilson, Andrew Wilson's wife? She debates sometimes. She's kind of like a female conservative. She's not really red pill. She's more like Christian conservative, but whatever. Yeah. Well, Christian Valera says plenty of lefties call out the left, which is why the left is now a circular firing squad. Yeah, but the balance of power, in my opinion, the balance of power with the internet age and the age of cancellation, which I would say was realistically from like 2005 to 2012, 2014, I don't really think cancellation was a thing because I'm sure it happened. I'm sure you could find me like documented instances where cancellations happened. But I think the internet was so new that everybody was going crazy and having fun. And we were like too busy having fun with our MySpaces and our Facebooks and all that kind of crap to really cancel each other. And then I think that once social media matured and it was easy to find people's like docs information and their real world connections, the age of doxing, I would say, in my opinion, doxing and cancellation was really like 2015 to early 2022. And that was like the age of the progressive left having an outsized voice on social media because they were capable of getting the right wing and center left canceled on social media. But then what ended up happening was, in my opinion, everybody got fucking sick of the far left. So we've had the Trump right-wing woke right swing in the opposite direction, which in my opinion has been a fucking nightmare. But the liberals are like, oh shit, if we don't become the adults in the room and police the far left and try to police the far right, then democracy and republicanism is fucked. And so the liberals have started piping up and getting a little bit of a spine, not as much of a spine as I want them to have, but they started having a little bit of a spine. And then the center right disappeared. And that's what's frustrating to me is the center right is very quiet. And I think what's going on is the center right tries to have its shit together, like moderate conservatives and never Trump Republicans or whatever. They work their jobs. They pay their bills. They pay their taxes. They take care of their family. They try to take care of their communities. And so they're so busy being normies and trying to be normies that they don't have time or energy or desire to fight the schizophrenic fights on the internet. But then what's happening as a result is, no offense to my liberals, but I have a bunch of liberals who are like, if you have 1,000-person gangbang in 24 hours, that's no business of mine, which I think is fucking insane, but whatever. Let's not fight about it. And then you got the far left who are like, communism now. Let's let the streets run red with the blood of capitalists. Totally psychotic. And then you have like the dissident far right wing, which is like, if you leave your house, you should be angry at your black neighbor because he has a mixed race relationship, even though he's a nice guy. And it's like, all this shit is fucking schizophrenic and it needs to be called out because it's infecting our politics. But the most like normal people, the quote unquote silent majority, the silent majority is silent. And so the schizos are running the asylum. It's fucked up. Sacred Snow says, I know you were saying Facebook as in multiple people had Facebook, but it hit me like my dad saying Pokemons. Yep. Eben says, it bears repeating. Conservatives utilize online spaces while liberals didn't acknowledge it. The online left started as a social thing, divorced from politics because of that. Yep. Zena says, if Phil Labonte thinks the left doesn't call out their own, he should spend more time with people like Erudite and Wick. It helps to see firsthand some people. I know. And the only thing he sees, no offense to Phil, but the only thing he sees is Twitter. He doesn't see the debate space. He doesn't see the lefties and the liberals and the progressives all fighting each other over their mutual projects. He doesn't see any of that shit. To him, the left is like a binary unified monster. And that's because Destiny, the quote unquote liberal, said mean shit after the firefighter died and said mean shit after Charlie Kirk died. So since Destiny is the king of the liberals and Hassan is the king of the leftists, that means that the entire left is evil. It's so fucking dumb. Woke right was always dumb to me. Why not use a liberal right? Because we're trying to use woke as a pejorative. That's why. Right-wing leaders are community builders, at least try to build something up. The progressive leaders are activists who aren't building up something. That's my problem. Sometimes. It depends on what you mean by progressive, right? So if you mean by progressive, like, I'm sure there are left-wing people who run food pantries, right? I'm sure there's left-wing people who run boys and girls clubs, or they run boys and girls clubs, food pantries, free after school care for kids on the wrong side of the neighborhood. I'm sure there's lefties who do that kind of stuff. And so as a result, that's like trying to help the downtrodden and the minorities and all that kind of crap. And so I would say that those lefties are community builders. But like I said, those lefties are so busy being involved in the real world that they don't have time to shit post online. They might shit post on occasion, but that's not their primary advocacy. So the good ones, unfortunately, are not very loud or very prominent online. Sapien Green says there's no evidence that the silent majority is normal. Silence is no guarantee of normalcy. I agree with that. That's super true. That's super true. All right, we'll start some content just because I'm lagging. I'm sorry I'm so low energy today, but I am hurting. Grassroots is right. Like the stream. So, Christian Blair says Dems are pussies. We agree. Based. Like the stream. It's free. Share it with your friends. If you have a good time here, you enjoy it, there's somebody who you think would like the stream, say, hey, I hang out in Connor's chat. We bullshit. He says cringe shit on occasion, but we fight about it. It's fun and it's funny. Tell your friends about the stream. Engage in chat. There's lots of really cool, funny, interesting people in chat. That's part of the reason why I spend seriously 30 to 40% of my live streams talking to my chat, is because my chat's actually pretty fucking funny and pretty cool. And they challenge me on my bullshit. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Our Oilers have already oiled. Okay, so Grassroots has already gifted memberships. Patriarch has already gifted a shitload of memberships. Anonymous Chatter already gave a super chat, and Grassroots already gave a super chat, and It's Just Avi already gave a super chat. So our Oilers have already oiled. I parasocially love you guys. Thank you for supporting the channel. If, however, you have money burning a hole in your pocket, super chatter memberships. If you don't worry about it. We're doing great. We had a fantastic month last month. We had a fantastic week last week. We had a fantastic week this week so far. So if you're brokies, if you're waiting for your paycheck, if you're getting ramen, if you just need to survive, focus on you. I don't need your cash. Not yet. Can't get sick if you never leave your house. True, Patriarch, until the one time that you get super sick. Bud123 says Connor needs to do some push-ups while a video is on stream. Push-up points. I'll probably work out. That might make me feel better. Shortstack Goblin says, have you covered the Supreme Court Democratic Judge House fire? Any evidence of foul play yet? Nah. Nah, I'm just going to assume that people get fucking firebombed and arsoned and murdered randomly for the next like year. Yeah. Melody says we need to take over Argentina if we're giving them all that cash. Fuck yeah. $20 billion to keep your government open? That should be a fucking loan, man. Anyways, let's get started. I'm going to give you guys some options just because I YouTube searched Rachel Wilson because somebody told me that she did a debate recently, but I forget the Menace Cinematic Sci-Fi Tactical RPG. That's right up my alley. Let me take a look at Rachel Wilson real quick, though. So there's Rachel Wilson cooks the left on voting rights 6 days ago, which I'm inclined to click on because it's like 3 or 4 lefties arguing with her. And I swear to God, Rachel Wilson is probably arguing against dumb people and women voting. The other option is Rachel Wilson versus anti-natalist should humans reproduce, which I think could be funny because we actually have a few like anti-natalists in chat. And while I might piss off some of the people who don't have kids by sharing my pro-kid worldview, it might be beneficial because I could give my conservative chud takes and you guys could give me your liberal, degenerate, whatever fucking, no, I just want to go to Greece. I just want to go to Italy. I just want to do drugs. I don't want to have kids. Like, you tell me. Please not the second one. Not number 2. Please no to 2. Oh, that's funny. That makes me want to do 2 more. But okay, I'll listen to you. We'll do the voting rights one instead of the natalism one. South Carolina, not Supreme Court. All right, that's cool. AK Batasui with 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, King. Thank you, King. That is 30 gifted memberships. 33% of the chat should have a membership just from today. All right. All right. Let's do an intro and get into it. Uh-oh. BlackRock.
Sir, you can't just appeal to incredulity.
You can't just appeal to incredulity. Sorry, Rachel. I'm being rude and we haven't even started yet.
And
BlackRock. I'm being rude and we haven't even started. And by the way, I like Rachel Wilson on a personal level. But anyways, let's do this. Let's do this. All right. Wake up. All right. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican, somebody who has real Republican values from about a decade ago. Unfortunately, I don't think the modern Republican Party does. Today, we're going to be breaking down Rachel Wilson debating people about voting rights. So it's basically going to be the wife of Andrew Wilson arguing with people about representation, franchise, and politics. Without further ado, let's break it down.
Have to do with
Listen,
anything.
sir, you can't just appeal to incredulity and call that an argument. Properties.
To do with who's president?
Okay, I'm going to be the incredulous one now. Dude, what the how can you say that?
I've
The
never even heard
influence.
of APAC, and so how could they possibly influence?
You don't understand what you're even voting for. You are too dull to understand
I'm
it.
too dull.
Yes, sir, you are.
People unable to vote and trapped in poverty.
I don't think that universal suffrage has done anything to get people out of poverty. I
Welcome
think
back to Rattlesnake TV, guys.
What? All right, sorry. I took an overwhelming amount of psychic damage very quickly. That's okay. Let's let them get into it.
In this video, we're going to be watching Rachel Wilson take on a bunch of secularists about the idea of universal suffrage. Should every single adult be able to vote? And if you're somebody who thinks, yes, they definitely should, democracy, then perhaps some of the arguments that you hear from Rachel and myself in this video will change your mind, or at least make you rethink your positions. So looking forward to all the feedback I get in the comments. And with that, let's get into it.
so. The next
Oh, I was supposed to be on a debate with Rattlesnake. Almost 1 million subs, 30K views, almost 1 million subs. I would say that underperformed, but you know, that's cool. Listen, I don't think everybody should vote. I think everybody should vote because I shouldn't be trusted with power. That's why everybody should vote, is because you don't want me in charge. However, I think principally, if you don't know shit about fuck in reference to politics, you should shut the fuck up and let other people run the government.
Next topic is universal suffrage destroyed America.
What? The destroyed America thing. Sorry, I'm pausing so much, but I'm already annoyed. Destroyed America. Listen, I'm just going to share with you guys. I'm just going to share with you. If your individual life sucks, like if you work at Dollar General, you're making $10 an hour, you're stocking shelves, you're listening to me as you're barely making enough money in order to live in a shitty apartment and eat Taco Bell once a week while you play video games and smoke pot and you can't find a girlfriend. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that the American experiment is not working out for you. I'm sorry that the American dream is dead. I'm sorry that the American working class, middle class is not as great as it used to be. But to pretend for a fucking second that the United States of America is destroyed is so fucking cringe, dude. Walk outside, take a breath of fresh air. Look at all the the millions of cars driving around. Look at people going to and from work. Look at people going to public parks with their families and having fun and all that kind of shit. And if you live in the Rust Belt, if you live in some like depressed, rural, shitty area, I'm sorry, but that's not the entirety of the world. The entirety of the world is not rural Indiana or rural Michigan. Like the entirety of the world includes cities that are doing quite fucking well. It includes LA. It includes New York. It includes Orlando. It includes Miami. It includes Atlanta. It includes Chicago. It includes all these fucking places where, yeah, sure, is crime like a little bit high in certain neighborhoods? Sure, but it's high in those neighborhoods. If you live outside of those neighborhoods, if you don't live in the historically black, drug dealing, cartel, drug fueled, violent neighborhoods, America's doing perfectly fucking fine. And I'm so sick of this doomer bullshit. I'm so sick of it. It's a fucking lie. It's a lie in order to get young men who are already doing bad to feel shitty about their lives so they can be radicalized on the internet into stupid fucking ideas. And then they pay super chats towards those stupid fucking ideas. That's what it is. It's rage bait. It's anger propaganda. And I am infuriated by their anger propaganda.
So, okay. How so?
How's that? Well,
Yeah, how so?
the country that we live in now is almost nothing like the American founding. I think that there's...
I'm going to kill myself. Sorry, real quick. Malevolent Vet for 5. 1, 2, 3, 7. Praise upon the grandfather. May he bless you with many gifts, a small token of my support. God, I swear to God, the Nurgle cultists are just prolonging my sickness.
a lot of reasons for that, but I think the final nail in the coffin was the idea that we are a democracy, that there should be universal suffrage, one person, one vote, right? Because that's not the way that the founders framed the Constitution or set up, the government. So everything from the three branches to, states having sovereignty and things like that was completely destroyed and wiped out by granting one person, one vote. So now we have to
Why was that, Rachel? Was it because at the founding of our nation, 10% of our population wasn't even considered fully fucking human? Was that why? And they weren't great. They weren't granted citizenship because they weren't fully human. They were considered a subhuman caste. And didn't we abolish that? And wasn't that abolishment good? All right. All right. Starting hot.
deal with all kinds of problems like, people voting who shouldn't, who aren't citizens, or things like the welfare state blowing up. You would have never had this giant nanny state, welfare state that we have now, which is ironically making everyone far less free. So it's a country that was, founded on the basis of liberation, and by giving each person a vote, we've actually made it far less free, and people have a lot less liberty than they used to.
So would you
I can understand that from a systemic descriptive perspective. I'm not quite ready to draw something yet.
say that the America that we have is less representative of the electorate than it was previously?
Absolutely. So one of the reasons I think
That's stupid.
that's the case is when you have this giant machine. We've had a lot of, with elections, we've had a lot of contests and things like that, even since 2000, right, with the hanging chads with Gore and Bush. Everybody's always disputing the outcome and saying things weren't counted correctly. It's because we have 300 million people in this country. I think roughly 100 million of them can vote. 300 million people, about 100 million or so are like qualified to vote. What that does is provides massive amount of room for a giant shadow oligarchy, this deep state bureaucracy.
God damn, these are fucking buzzwords. Okay, it's paint time. I promise I will buy my wig. I will buy my Bob Ross wig soon. Let's talk about the founding. Whoop whoop! Founding American history. Whoop whoop. Presidency, judiciary, bicameral legislature, House of Representatives and the Senate. And then let's do the people. Then realistically, I could probably just copy this because this is still true today. But the who can vote is obviously different. And I don't even think like she could fight this descriptively. I really do not think that she could fight this descriptively. So let's do a black solid fill. And let's make 10% of the population black. And let's make 10% of the population black. That might not be like a perfect representation, but it's representative enough. Okay. And then let's do that. And let's do that. Okay. So at the founding of the United States, my understanding is that citizenship was limited to, was it citizenship or was it the right to vote? What was the white men of good character? Let's find out. In the early United States, was citizenship only for white men of good character? Or was it just the vote? Yes, in the early United States, citizenship was limited to free white persons of good character under the Naturalization Act of 1790. This law restricted naturalized citizenship for those who were of European descent while excluding women, enslaved people, and Native Americans from full citizenship. So the franchise, I think, was limited to white men of good character, and I think it was also property owners. This racial restriction on naturalization remained in effect until it was repealed in 1952, long after the Civil War, with the passage of the 14th Amendment and later legislation that extended citizenship to all persons born or naturalized in the U.S. Okay. Then was voting in early United States, was voting only for property owners. In the early United States, voting was generally restricted to property owning or tax-paying white men over the age of 21. The U.S. Constitution initially left the power to set voting requirements to the states. Okay. And by the way, I don't agree with the white person of good character who's a property owner, but I do agree with the concept of a stake in society. The founders and early political thinkers believed that property owners, particularly landowners, were better voters because they had a direct stake in the community's political and economic decisions. They were perceived as more invested in the stability and future success of the area. I kind of agree with that. All right. So the question is, in my little drawing, I'll try to be as brief as I can. This is the presidency. This is the legislature. This is the Senate, because they only have 50 senators, right? Or do they have 100? I think they have 100 senators because there's 50 states and there's 2 representatives from each state. And this isn't even representative of early America, because early America was just the 13 colonies, which was the 13 states. So bear in mind, I'm flubbing some history, but we're trying to move through it quickly. Then that's the Senate, and then this is the House of Representatives. And the House of Representatives correlates with the population more because the amount of votes within the House of Representatives correlates with the population, right? And then within the population, we had black folk, and we probably had some Hispanics. Let's be real. We probably had some Hispanics. And let me change the fill to brown as well, I guess. So we probably had some Hispanics. maybe like 5 or 10%. And then over the past, since 1965 with the Hart-Celler Act, which all the race realists and Christian nationalists like to talk about, we've increased the percentage of black folk to 24%, or not black folk, Hispanic folk to 24% of the country. And then I think we've always been between like 0 and 5% Asian. Sorry that this yellow is like super yellow, but that's true. And so yeah, so we've always had like 5% Asian, between 0 and 5% Asian. We substantively increased the Hispanic character of the United States, and then we didn't increase necessarily the rate at which black folk were represented within the United States, but we have increased the representation. And so the argument from Rachel is that this original structure, where white men of good character who were property owning controlled the presidency, the judiciary, the Senate, and the House of Representatives. And then we just happened to have people who were from different ethnic, religious, and racial backgrounds, versus now, where we have correlated representation with our current legislature, was somehow more representative of the United States of America, is fucking bullshit, man. It's just bullshit. And the fact that we are ignoring the fact that we're like, oh, well, the founders wanted this and the founders wanted that, but we're ignoring the fact that the United States was born with an original sin, and that original sin was slavery. I think that's fucking crazy. So I'm going to hold on to this and let her talk a little bit more. Fuck off.
Basically just makes such a giant machine out of the government that you really
Oh, okay. Sorry. I need to do one more thing. White, black, and white. And I need to divide this, but I need to invert the white, and I need to change this to black. Because you have to bear in mind, half of the population were women. And so women were excluded from voting. So blacks, browns, yellows, and women being excluded from voting, and yet the representative body being exclusively white men of good character who were property owners, you think that that is somehow more representative of the population? It's just nonsensical bullshit. Now, what she's saying that's true. So, founding representation versus current. What she said that's true is that the browns, the blacks, the gays, the women have voted in through their lack of representation. They've said, hey, we kind of get fucked over in society. Can we have this program that fucks us over less? And so that has expanded the role of local and federal governments. That's true. Descriptively.
really don't know who you're electing, and they're not going and doing what they were supposed to do.
I completely agree. The government's too big. But the question was is it more representative of the electorate?
I don't think it is at all. No.
How can that be the case if more of the electorate is putting input? I agree. You know, the country's in the shitter. That's not the question. The question is, it seems
in what metrics and compared to when?
To be that a lot of people who have bad ideas are able to express those ideas.
Yes.
So that's a bad thing that people should be able to express their ideas? Or
No,
it's a bad
it's not
thing
that.
We, as people who disagree with those things, are not able to properly fight those ideas.
Well, once we instituted universal suffrage and everybody over a certain age can just vote, there's no other requirement. You don't have to have any skin in the game. What happens is the people who are the takers can vote to take from the people who are the doers. You have things now like giant political action committees that have, you know, millions, even billions of dollars in funding. I think the last US presidential campaign was like one of the most expensive in history. Billions of dollars of money coming from corporations and all kinds of political action groups. Yeah. So what happens is,
Hi, Diane. Good to see you.
Is you're voting for what somebody is campaigning on, and then they get into office and they don't actually do any of that. And all you have to choose from is this shit sandwich or this other shit sandwich. So there's really, like, as a Christian, more traditional patriarchist woman in this country, I don't feel we have anybody who represents my views, right? There's nobody for me to choose from. And I think a lot of people are in that boat. We're stuck with this crony capitalist right-left dialectic corporate bullshit, basically. So I don't think that the government we have represents the average person. I mean, if you look
I
at...
agree, but that wasn't the question. So the question
You
though,
asked
is,
me if I thought the electorate
right, and
was
so
being
the
represented, and
context,
I don't.
The context being, if you're saying America was better before, when only landowners could vote, I'm not disagreeing with that statement, but the clear conclusion, if more people started to vote and then we went away from that, then right now the government is representing what the people actually want. And when those people couldn't vote, we had a better America, which could be debated.
But do you think the people who are being elected are actually representing the
That's a different
electorate?
question.
No, that's what you asked me. You said,
I'm
is
asking
the
you if it is-
electorate being represented by those who
Yes.
are elected? And my answer is no.
Because
You don't even have people to choose from who actually represent the average
You didn't vote for
person's
Trump?
worldview. You have to
You
be
didn't vote for
rich.
Trump?
What annoys me about this argumentation, it's like because it's contradictory. It's contradictory on its face. She's saying, "Oh, we're run by an oligarchic class, and they're not representative of the average person." The average person in 1776 was not a property-owning white man of good character. They were white peasants who were working the land, who were working in tenements, working in factories, living in tenements. They were the working class. They didn't own property. They were renters. Okay, that was like the vast majority of the working class of America when we first started. And so pretending that somehow now we are more oligarchic than at the founding of the nation is ahistorical. And then not only is she saying, I'm not being represented and that's bad, she's not acknowledging that black folk weren't represented at all. Hispanic folk might have been represented depending on how proximate to whiteness they are and where they were born. Asian people would have been partially represented based off of like trade union negotiations with whatever like industry that they were a part of within the United States. But they weren't like truly represented by an Asian representative who viewed them as like full citizens under the law. That's not the founding. And so now, while I'll agree that there's like a classist criticism of this structure where does the House of Representatives, does the Senate, does the judiciary, and does the presidency truly represent the social and economic interests of the body politic? That's an interesting criticism. But how the fuck would disenfranchising these people and moving back to a more originalist design, how would that re-enfranchise the people? Why would that be more representative of the general populace? It doesn't make fucking sense to me at all.
I did, but only because my husband told me to, and to cancel the vote of a feminist somewhere.
Cool, bro.
So this is what we have to choose from. And I think almost everybody on both sides of the aisle.
Everybody who doesn't agree with me should not get to talk.
No, absolutely not. I'm saying that
my ideas are better, so everybody should get to talk, and I will win.
No, my ideas are not better. Nobody should listen to me.
Then
Nobody
why are
should
we
vote for
fucking
me.
talking to you?
Because I'm saying, we're here discussing and debating. I'm not supposed to be in charge. I'm not supposed to be running the country.
Okay, so this is an interesting exchange here, and he's raising some points that on the surface seem like very valid critiques. If more people are voting, doesn't that mean that more people will be represented? Upon first glance, that would seem true. And a lot of people do assume that the more...
Ooh, Rattlesnake TV is articulating my ideas. Let's see what his counter arguments are and see if they have any merit.
more voters you have, the more represented you are. But that's actually not necessarily how it works in practice. Think about it. When you've got over 100 million people voting, your single vote is statistically meaningless. You don't really have a voice. You just get swallowed up in the mass. And when most voters are too busy or uninformed to study complex policy, campaigns stop being about real issues and start being about who can spend the most money on ads, fear campaigns, or emotional slogans. That doesn't actually...
I agree that again, this is why I say democracy is the worst form of government except for all the other ones. That's what he just said.
actually strengthen the people's voice, it just makes them easier to manipulate. So under this scenario that we currently live in, what happens? Well, the real power shifts away from ordinary voters and into the hands of permanent bureaucracies, NGOs, and lobbyists who don't face any elections but have endless time to try and shape the system. And then politicians aim for the lowest common denominators, catchy sound bites to win blocks of voters.
Yes, we can. Yes, we did. Yes, we can.
Instead of representing real specific interests. Ironically, the bigger the voting pool becomes, the less genuinely representative it actually is, because decisions end up being driven by unelected insiders rather than the people. In other words, universal suffrage looks like it empowers the masses, but in reality, it dilutes each individual's influence and creates a perfect opening for elites to control outcomes through money, media, and bureaucracy. Even if millions of people get to vote, it doesn't necessarily mean that they will be represented, because the choices on the ballot box almost never represent the average person's worldview. Think about it, the candidates are pre-selected by party machines, they're filtered through donors and lobbyists and media gatekeepers, and they're trained to appeal to the broadest, lowest common denominator slogans.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been, you know? What can be unburdened by what has been, what can
this is like the worst example. This slogan was some random shit that Kamala liked that went off like a fucking fart in church. What the fuck? I'm too sick for this. I'm too grumpy for this. Oh my God. What a fucking asshole. Okay. Let's just save this and make a new one. Guys, I'm sorry I'm grumpy. I really am. Like I want to be higher energy. I want to be, fun. I want to be funny, but I'm just fucking annoyed today. All right. You stupid fucking asshole. Rattlesnake TV, you douchebag. Judiciary, Senate, House of Representatives, the people. Okay, so this is what our governance is like. Okay, I know that I didn't label them, but presidency, judiciary, the judiciary checks the legislature, and the judiciary checks the president. The president nominates the judiciary, so that's how he tries to make sure that the judiciary is the upper courts are done properly. Then we also have the Senate, which are voted for by people, and we have the House of Representatives, which are voted for by people. Then we have the body politic, the masses of the people. What he said, though, is that I think that there would be another thing over here, which would probably be called the deep state. And then what he's also saying is that there's NGOs, non-governmental organizations, which are effectively like volunteer organizations. That there's what was the other thing that he brought up? There's corporations, moneyed interest, there's oligarchs, there's let's just call it like the military industrial complex or something like that. Okay. And he's saying because the deep state is the executive arm of the government, and it tries to re-influence the way that it's operating by reaching back into politics through doing, I don't know, fucking lobbying or some shit. NGOs do the same thing. They try to reach back into governance in order to influence the fucking government. Let's say like moneyed interests, like corporations try to reach back into the fucking government in order to influence it. Billionaires try to influence government, and therefore they spend tons of money in order to influence government. And let's say this is the military industrial complex reaches back into government in order to influence it. Do you know what the fucking problem with this lame ass fucking 80 IQ analysis is? That the people are the people who work for the NGOs. They're the people who donate to the NGOs. They're the people who consume products from the military industrial complex. They're the people who consume products from the billionaires. They're the people who consume products from the fucking, or take services from the deep state. So if these institutions that are parallel and oftentimes subordinate to the government are influencing government, but they are comprised of the people. And if they're advocating in their own fucking self-interest, that's still democracy. That's still people being represented by the state. Do you think that if a teachers union says, hey, this law that the legislature just passed actually sucks ass and a lot of our teachers are complaining, can we please change this law? Do you think that's bad? Is it bad because a teachers union does it? If a workers union does that, where they're like, hey, the way that you guys have set up the free trade arrangements are fucking over my constituency, I'll donate to your campaign as long as you have like a pro-union worker perspective on this certain economic issue. Is that bad, or is that representing their demographics? If the military-industrial complex says, hey, we're seeing footage coming out of Ukraine where drones are increasingly a part of the threat, we've come up with this like super sick technology that's going to keep the United States out of, ahead of China and Russia. We need a few $1 billion of investment. Can you give us a few $1 billion? Is that bad? What the fuck am I supposed to be mad at here? I hate this. I hate this fucking 80 IQ, baby brained. I just found out what politics was 30 seconds ago. Fucking takes. Quote unquote, outside influence on government. Democracy. I hate this shit. I hate this shit. It's 80 IQ.
Can be.
And also, again, this is the cringiest thing Kamala ever said. I see what can be unburdened by what has been. Nobody had any fucking idea what she was talking about. They thought she was a fucking crystal lady. Anyways, using this as an example of like detached oligarchic elites using platitudes to motivate the masses in order to do stupid shit against their own interest is particularly funny considering she lost. And particularly funny considering that this statement was so bewilderingly ineffective, that nobody had any idea what the hell she was talking about.
Unburdened by what has been. What can be, unburdened by what has been. What can be, unburdened by what has been.
By the time you step into the booth, you're not actually choosing somebody who shares your values. You're choosing between these polished figures who already just serve and represent the interests of bureaucracies and NGOs and big money. Or as South Park so accurately said once upon a time, you're choosing between a turd sandwich and a giant douche.
And will you
True.
be voting for the giant douche or the turd sandwich?
Well, this is usually a giant douche household, but we are going firmly with the turd sandwich.
So while this looks like democracy, what you really have is honestly just the illusion of choice. Mass voting that empowers insiders and not the people. Anyways, good exchange. On to the next.
You better have something other than, come on, no way. How could you say such a crazy thing? Make an argument this time.
You literally just said by giving each person a vote, it makes us less free.
Yes.
WTF.
I can demonstrate it.
Okay.
So under King George, colonists paid roughly
Oh, I'm going to kill myself.
4% of what they made in taxes. Do you know what people pay now? We have the bottom half of people who don't pay income tax, but they pay sales tax, cigarette tax, gasoline tax. And if you do make any money, God forbid, people who are wealthy are now paying, 60, 70%, 30%.
If you live in California, if you live in New York, then you have a 37% effective, I don't even think it's effective, but income tax rate if you're at the upper echelon of society. And then what was the other thing? And then state taxes are like another 10 or 15%. So if you live in California or New York and you're a multi-millionaire, then you can be taxed as high as 55 or 60%. But guess what? You can vote with your feet. You can move to Alabama. You can move to Louisiana. You can move to rural Alaska. But guess what? Los Angeles, New York, San Diego, San Francisco, they have intangibles, things that are not easily demonstrated that people want. And so as a result, they're willing to pay through the nose in order to get those things. So Californians and New Yorkers can vote with their fucking feet if they think taxes are too high in their respective states. Then also, not only that, The tax code, I'll agree, is like overly complicated, but rich people would not like my reforms to the tax code. With the current tax code, you might get taxed as high as like 37% if you're doing particularly well from the federal government. But then what ends up happening is you can have like all sorts of deductions. Like if you're running a business, if you have family issues, if you are going to college, if you're doing all this crazy shit, then you can reduce your tax burden substantively. So the effective tax rate is normally substantively less. You start at 37%, but if you actually pay attention to your finances, you can get around there, less than 20 as a rich person. And most rich people, once you hit a certain threshold, they don't even take income. They take like revenue and loans based off of investments, which is taxed at 20%, like realized capital gains. So number one, the tax code, I'm not even number one. I'm just going to finish that idea. The taxes being high for rich people, I swear to God, this might be mean. And I know I have some libertarians in chat. I could give a fuck, man. Like if you won capitalism, congratulations. Study the tax code, get your deductions, reduce your liability, keep more of your money. Okay. The reason why you wouldn't like me if I was in charge is because I would say instead of having a 37% tax rate that through deductions, you can reduce your tax liability to less than 20%. I would say you should have like an effective tax rate at the highest echelons of like 33%, but there's no deductions, or the deductions are limited to like 8%. So your effective tax rate is going to be minimum 25%. Because if you're a multi-millionaire, you are benefiting from international trade. You are benefiting from the American military industrial complex. You are benefiting from welfare, Medicare, and Medicaid, keeping the peasants happy enough that they don't storm your mansion in order to put your head in a fucking guillotine. So you are disproportionately benefiting from American public services. So, yeah, I could give a fuck. And if you're sad, if you're like, Connor, I'm a millionaire, I'm a billionaire, and you want me to be taxed at 25%, you don't want me to keep more of the revenue that I earn off of the sweat of my brow? Cry about us having a bad relationship on your gold-plated jet ski while vacationing in Lake Tahoe, doing cocaine with your mistress, okay? Cry about our failed relationship as you live a life that few Americans and even fewer people in the planet can possibly fucking imagine, okay? Cry about it while hanging out with your mistress, okay?
Tax it, you pay your state taxes, your local taxes, your federal taxes, consumer taxes, right?
Was the problem with the founding taxation, or was the problem with the founding taxation without representation and without the ability to address grievances? I forget.
How are we more free?
No, that's
under
my
universal
question.
suffrage.
No, your claim is that we're less free.
Yes.
How's that even make? What does that have?
It's not even descriptively true from a naturalistic standpoint. Yeah, sure. In 1820, you were more free to go out west, chop down a bunch of trees, build a log cabin, and live in the woods. You were also more likely to die from shitting your pants from drinking unclean water and having your scalp taken off by a Native American. So, yeah, you might have had more liberty, meaning the government imposed less on your life. You were also infinitely more likely to be oppressed by nature.
Anything to do with what you just said?
Well, like I said, in the colonies, when we did not have universal suffrage, or in early America prior to 1920, we paid less in taxes. You keep more of your own money. That's a major tenet of freedom in and of itself. We were not subject to this giant political machine where you don't even get to vote for people who you actually think represent you. You're voting for people that are rich and wealthy and can get campaign funding from giant special interest groups. And that's all.
How would limiting the franchise to like rich white men of good character not create even more of an oligarchy? I do not understand how like the descriptive problem of oligarchy in America would be solved by limiting who can vote. What the fuck? Why is the solution tied to the description of the problem? These things seem disconnected to me.
you have to choose from. So you're not even able to send somebody who's going. It used to be the case that when you went to Congress, you had a full-time job and you were only there for a small amount of the year and you were there to do what the people sent you and told you to do. Now, these are career politicians that are somehow making tens of millions of dollars aside from their salary in Congress.
How does limiting the franchise fix that fucking problem? I know how I would fix that problem. And again, rich people wouldn't fucking like it. I would double or triple representative salaries. So what's the representative salary for a member of Congress? I think it's like 160K or something like that. Congress annual salary. As of 2025, the U.S. congressional salary is 175,000. Senator salary. A senator also makes 175,000. Really? What's a House of do House of Representatives members and salaries make the same amount? Damn. What? Do congressmen? Wait. Do House representatives and senators make the same salary? In most cases, a U.S. House rep and a U.S. senator receive the same base annual salary. However, the salaries for leadership positions in each chamber are higher. That's crazy. I did not know. I thought a senator, because becoming a senator is infinitely harder than being a congressman. A congressman, you just have to run and win in a district. For a senator, you have to run and win for the state. The fact that they get paid the same is fucking bananas. That's bananas. Okay. What is the president's salary? The salary for the president is 400,000. Okay, so for me, what I would do is I would let's just call it triple. Okay, I would triple representative salaries. So congressmen and senators are now making 600K a year. The president of the United States is making 1.5 million. Okay, annual, right? And then what I would do is I would ban private investment. And so that would mean that becoming a senator, and you would be set for life, by the way. So effectively, like once you serve the presidency for a single term, or once you served as a representative for a single term, maybe we could talk about it later. Maybe you get a percentage, or you get your salary for life, or you get a comfortable salary for life. Maybe you get 200K a year for the rest of your life. Okay. But the whole point is, after that point, once you become a representative, you are banned from private investment. And so you can't do all this unusual whale bullshit, which if you're like, Connor, that's crazy. The representatives need to be able to invest in the stock market. No, you can do a blind index fund. You can profit when the American people in general are doing well. Okay. Your retirement plan is a 401k that's tied to the entire market. So if you go to unusual whales, congressman, you can track these, and effectively you can go through all of our representatives and you can track their trades. And if you could just like, number one, you could just follow their trades. You could just do the same trades that they do because they have to report their trades within 90 days. But if you look at this, Michael McCall made 10,413 recent trades. Ro Khanna, the progressive, made 13,000 trades. Jesus Christ. Damn, Ro Khanna's trying to make some cash, huh? But the point is that unusual whales, I'm not going to go through the data because I could give a fuck. But basically, they will show you within these portfolios whether or not these people are outperforming the market. And a shitload of them are outperforming the market by substantive percentages. So anyway, so ban insider trading. Public representatives, all their investments get liquidated and put into a public trust and or put into a blind investment fund. Triple the salaries. And if you can't live off of $500,000 a year, or if you can't live off of $2 million a year or $1.5 million a year, you can go fuck yourself. That's what I would do. Again, a solution that nobody likes, but that's what I would do if I was dictator for a day.
Less free. What does this have to do with anything?
I just explained to you how it makes us less free. Number one, you don't get to even choose from candidates who actually represent you. You choose from candidates who represent special interest groups and corporations. That's a major problem for freedom.
What corporation?
Guess what? If there was a special interest group that was like, hey, we want animal cruelty for dogs and cats to be substantively less. We want to euthanize pets less in the United States. Therefore, we're going to push legislation that gets federal funding for trap, neuter, and release programs for cats, so we can substantively reduce the euthanasia program for cats. And we're also going to do a adoption first dog system where the rescues do trap, neuter, and spay for dogs. But then adoption first, meaning that within the prioritization of how you get animals, like dogs, are substantively advertised, so we don't euthanize 2 million dogs per year that are healthy and happy and normal, but we just kill them because we don't have enough space and enough homes. Guess what? That's a special interest group that I would be perfectly happy to give money to. Okay, that's a special interest group that could lobby Congress, and I would be happy to support them.
Chose Trump to be the president.
Why special interest group is used as a fucking slur, but Americans have interest and they're allowed to pool their money in order to get people to lobby Congress to prioritize their interest.
You could just look at his giant list of donors from political action committees and you'll know exactly. So it's probably BlackRock. It's probably
Really?
Google. Yes. All of them.
So all of us, anyone here who voted for Trump, we were just shills for BlackRock?
I didn't say we were shills. It's not absurd.
What does BlackRock have to do with anything?
Listen, sir, you can't just appeal to incredulity and call that an argument. Just saying it's absurd, I don't believe it, I'm not convinced, is not an argument. You give me an argument.
Okay, my argument is, how is limiting the franchise going to fix any of the problems that you're talking about? That's my argument. That's my question.
It's not an argument. We all voted for who we wanted
so
to be
you
president.
think that
so what is BlackRock? You brought up BlackRock, so don't
Yes.
leave this topic. What does BlackRock have to do with anything?
So they are a transnational corporation. They have no American loyalty whatsoever. They're not doing anything for the American people.
Oh, Michael Tuglas says, Connor, they deduct those state taxes from federal taxes. Is that true? That's kind of crazy.
They're buying up residential properties.
That have to do with who's president?
Everything.
And
It has
freedom.
Okay, I'm going to be the incredulous one now. Dude, what the fuck? How can you say that? Duh. It's yes, of course. Everybody knows that giant corporate.
Tristan Clark says, if you're a millionaire or a billionaire, gifted memberships, super chats if you got them. True. Michael Tuglas is real Republican, by the way. I don't know what that fucking means.
Interests are not representing the little guy. So if what you care about is individual freedom, ironically, by granting universal suffrage, what you do is create the system we have now, which makes people less free. It does not do anything to represent the average person.
How many votes does BlackRock have?
It doesn't matter it doesn't matter if they're controlling everything. If these giant transnational corporations
have who I voted for.
What do you mean?
You saying that BlackRock has some influence over who became president?
Yeah, they have complete. So APAC, you don't think APAC?
Jonah Zilla did a fucking green text in chat. It's 1864. I chopped down a tree to build my log cabin. There's a Yautja in it. For those of you who don't know, I'm breaking down sci-fi stuff, and due to trying to keep the content in the relative chronological format, I'm doing a lot of Predator films because Predator has gone back in time and they've made effectively the Yautja have been kidnapping warriors for like thousands of years in the new Predator lore. So they did a samurai one. They did a Viking one. They did a World War II pilot one, which I'm going to release next week. They did Prey, which is Native Americans. And I do think it's fucking funny thinking about being like a frontiersman who's worried about like Native Americans and worried about like panthers and black bear and brown bear and, you know, whether or not the water is going to make you shit yourself to death and whether or not your horse is going to break its leg in a ravine. And then, like, instead of getting killed by any of the normal shit that you have to worry about, you get killed by a fucking alien. Like, that's cosmically horrific, but it does make me chuckle.
Has any
I've never even heard
influence?
of APAC, and so how could they possibly influence me?
Your ignorance is a very great argument on my behalf. You as a voter have no idea what the hell you're voting for. You don't know how the system works. You don't know where the funding is coming from for the people who you're voting for. And so you don't even know. You as a voter are so ignorant that you don't even understand.
AKA Batasui, is this sarcastic? Teachers who don't get fired after 5 years get a $300,000 bonus every year? What? Do you mean 3,000? And is that at the state level? Is that a federal level? What the fuck? Is that sarcastic? Because that was not my mom's experience in the teaching industry at all. My mom is a white collar worker who took a decade off in order to be a public school teacher because she viewed it as public service. She started making $45K. She got like a master's degree in English and she was able to bump up her pay to like $52K. And then she just stayed at $52K. And then the teaching industry, because it burns so many people out so quickly, all the veteran teachers were like trapped at like $52,000 to $55,000 a year. And then the state of Florida, in order to recruit fresh blood, they bumped all the new teachers to the highest salary possible for recruitment. And so all the old teachers were making the same as a teacher who had been there like 3 months. And so a lot of old teachers were like, yeah, fuck this. This isn't fair. We're out. So what the fuck are you talking about with a $300,000 bonus? What? Dude, if teachers were making a $300,000 bonus after 5 years of retention, I would go apply to be a teacher tomorrow. What the fuck are you talking about? I hope that's sarcastic.
Who you're voting for and what they're going to do, and that the promises they make are not to you, the voter. The promises they make are to APAC, BlackRock, Google, Silicon Valley, to everyone but you. How?
Wait, sorry. Isn't Trump effectively captured by crypto in Silicon Valley and BlackRock and all these motherfuckers right now? Like, I know that's not part of the argument. The argument is whether or not we have lost representation over the past 200 years as we have expanded the franchise. But she's come up with a bunch of criticisms of our modern democracy. But reversing the franchise wouldn't fix any of the problems that she's talking about. And then not only that, but like the political side that she has picked are the people most corrupted by the nefarious forces that she's criticizing. What's happening? What's going on? Who's watching this? Could be you. Could be your family. I'm going to pull this up because I fucking love it. Have you guys seen Nick? Ooh. Rules of Engagement, the Gray State. Looks like tactical people fighting the paranormal. I'll watch that later. Hold on. So let's take a look. The Nick Mullen Tucker impression. Please, God. I love this one. All right, you guys ready? We're gonna take a little bit of a psychic break, okay? Bud123 for $5 says, got paid today. Cheers, bro. Go Dogs and glory to my alma mater. Thank you for the super chat, King. I parasocially love you. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Let's take a look at Nick Mullen impersonating Tucker Carlson real quick.
This isn't a joke. There's naked pictures of me all over the internet. Like what you see? I hope you do, because there's plenty more where that came from. What is going on? Who's jacking off to this? It's not me. Maybe it's you. Maybe it's your family.
All right. Psychic damage break complete. Let's continue to hurt ourselves.
Could you ever say that you're more free? How could you say that this is a land of liberty when you don't even understand how the system works?
Do you know why I'm more free? Okay, because if I was born a century ago or 150 years ago, it's very likely that I would have been a peasant farmer. And so as a result, I would be forced to work the land over and over and over again. And by the way, that whole thing where people were like, peasants only worked 60% of the year. No, they worked their lord's crops 60% of the year. They worked for the monarchy 60% of the year. The rest of the year was dedicated to doing the labor necessary in order to survive winter and doing the labor necessary in order to make a profit so they would have enough food and food, money, and clothing in order to survive winter. So that whole stat of like ancient people had more leisure time than you is fucking bullshit. Anyways, but also free to do what? Free to live in the woods, free to get eaten by a fucking mountain lion, free to get tuberculosis, free to get cholera from drinking the fucking unsanitized, unboiled water, free to get my head chopped off by a Native American, free to be impressed into the Union Army in order to fight for and fight against slavery. If you're the Confederacy, free to work in a factory that doesn't have any labor laws. So as a result, not only do I have to work 60 to 80 hours a week in order to make ends, but on top of that, if I lose my fingers to a pickling machine, then I get fired and I have no retirement. What the fuck are we talking about, man? Like, if you want to talk about liberty, I will actually concede that technically there are more prohibitions against American freedom from a liberty perspective, meaning that there's more onerous government regulation that affects the way that Americans live their lives. That's just descriptively true. But if we're talking about freedom, like the capacity to do, you and I, you, my dear beloved chat, my 3000 IQ chat, we live in one of the best times to be a human in the free world in like the species history. So this whole like doomer pill bullshit, again, I think is propaganda for dumbass fucking teenagers who don't know anything about history.
What do you mean I don't understand how the system works? You seem to imply that the people that I haven't heard of somehow have some mind control over who I voted for.
Yes, sir. It's called propaganda. You don't understand what you're even voting for. How are you able to advocate for yourself in a system where
you could become a part of a political action committee? You could become a part of a special interest group. Holy shit. Fucking Progressive Victory or whatever. Everybody gives me shit for working for Progressive Victory. But you know what Progressive Victory said? Progressive Victory said, Donald Trump's a fucking piece of shit. We need a Republican in order to come into our thing and kind of tell us when we're going crazy, when we're going too far, help us with our rhetoric and all that kind of shit. And also maybe create some content on occasion that we'll use for our own media and our own advertising. And I was like, you know what? Donald Trump's a fucking piece of shit. I'll be happy to work for you. And so as a result, I worked in order to fight against Trump because I thought he was going to be a fucking disaster for the country. So far, I feel vindicated in my fucking beliefs. So you can go be a part of these like nefarious special interest groups that you're talking shit about. Do you love dogs? Do you love cats? Go work for like a human welfare NGO. Do you love guns? Go work for GOA or NRA. I don't work for the NRA, work for GOA. But do you love guns? Go work for GOA. Do you love nuclear energy? There's nuclear advocacy groups. Do you love marijuana? Do you love the decriminalization of marijuana? There's NGOs who are working to decriminalize and recreationalize marijuana across the entire United States government. Do you want prison reform? Then go become a part of an NGO that advocates for prison reform. Like saying that they're these opaque. That's the other thing that bugs the shit out of me. Like what if the biggest NGO that the United States was paying money to was Catholic Charities. Catholic Charities who run hospices and run adoption services across the globe. That was the number one recipient of USAID funds, was the Catholic Church running end-of-life care and adoption services. Pretending that it's all just like dark money going to the fucking CIA is bullshit. Oh, I'm getting fucking triggered, dude.
It makes absolute sense. It's just that you are too dull to understand it.
Too dull.
Yes, sir, you are.
You gotta be kidding.
So
Okay.
if you want to understand how the system works, you should probably go home and do a little bit of reading and find out what's happening
What should I read?
in America.
Tell me what should I read besides
Go
your book?
to anyone's campaign website that you're thinking of voting for. Look up their list of donors. Find out what their donors do, what businesses they're in, who they're doing business with. And then you'll understand why they're lobbying for what they're lobbying for and why they're funding who they're funding. And then you'll know what you're actually voting for.
Sure.
Okay, so the part there where he said he doesn't even know what APAC is.
Sorry for getting upset. Anonymous chatter for 50. Thank you for your support, King. This takers versus doers seems like Nietzsche rebranded to me. Didn't we agree this was a psychotic way of judging people? Should we all just start our own business and remove all workers and scale from our economy? Total bullshit. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I'm not sure if we're talking about the exact same thing, but I'll try to articulate what flashbanged in my mind when you said this. This taker versus doers thing, okay? A shitload of the people on social benefits are the working class. How much of people on welfare work? Let's take a look at that. How much of people on welfare work full-time? Approximately 70% of wage-earning adults who receive federal assistance such as SNAP or Medicaid work full-time, but only half of those work full-time for the entire year. Okay. The jobs are often in low-wage sectors like restaurant, grocery stores, and department. Many who receive assistance are working, but not earning enough to get out of poverty, while others face barriers like caregiving or health issues. Okay. So 70% of the adults on welfare work 70%, or 70% of them work full-time, but not for the full year. That's weird. I would want to know specifically, because if some motherfucker worked for 3 months in order to qualify for like disability from an employer or unemployment from an employer, and then they quit for like 6 months, and then they worked for 3 months, and then they quit for 6 months, and they worked for 3 months, and they quit for 6 months, that would be, in my opinion, a perverse incentive. I would not like that at all. How much? Well, and I guess they would say like 30% either don't work or 30% work part-time. But I'll take a look anyways. How many people on welfare work part-time? There's no single number of welfare because it's a broad term for many programs. Among working adults on Medicaid, about 31% work part-time. Okay, yeah, which was about the other half. How many people on SNAP work full-time? How many people on SNAP work full-time? Approximately 70%. So yeah, but this is where I would want to find that thing out, because if you have to work like 30% of the year in order to qualify for benefits, and then you immediately quit after you qualify for benefits, then I would view that as a perverse incentive system. Whereas if it's like because they have children or because they have like a disabled father, they, and they can get family members to watch their disabled father or disabled mother or children for part of the year, like the summers, right? Like they work full time during the summer when the kids are out of school, or excuse me, they work full time when the kids are in school because they have people who can look after them in school. But then during the summer, they have to quit. That would actually, I would be okay with that because the summer is only like 2 or 3 months, right? So that's where I would want to know more about this before criticizing further. But yeah, but if what you're saying, anonymous chatter, sorry if I'm tired and I'm all over the place, but the takers versus the doers seems like the Nietzschean rebrand to me. Did we agree that that was a psychotic way of judging people? Should we all just start our own business and remove all workers and scale from our economy? Total bullshit. Yeah, that's the other thing about like entrepreneurialism. The very structure of our society is that there will be people who create institutions in which other people need to participate, in which those institutions need to function. So not everybody can be an entrepreneur. Not everybody can be a digital media pundit. Not everybody can be a talking head. Not everybody can be a politician. Not everybody can be a video game designer. We need people who do manual labor. We need people who do agriculture, people who do wire work, people who do electricity, people who do plumbing. So to like shit on those people, I think is fucking stupid. Oh, man.
which is obviously the American Israeli Public Affairs Committee, which is one of the most, if not the most powerful lobbying group in the entire country.
What? Who? Sorry, Rattlesnake is handsome. I'll just say it. Not gay, but he's obviously a good-looking man. I'm wondering how much of his bullshit he gets away with it because he's a good-looking guy, but he honestly gives like baby's first conservatarian political analysis.
Sure.
Okay, so the part there where he said he doesn't even know what AIPAC is, which is obviously the American...
Oh my God. What's AIPAC's annual budget? AIPAC's annual budget. The total spending for AIPAC and its political action committee during the 2023-24 election cycle was approximately $125 million. What's the total budget of lobbying in the United States? According to the latest analyses, the total lobbying budget in the United States, including both federal and state level expenditures, is estimated to have been over $6.2 billion in 2024. Calculator. So 125 million, right? Am I remembering that correct? Divided by 6,200,000,000. Is that correct? Yeah, that's correct. So 0.02 is that 2%? Is that 2%? 125 million divided by 6.2 billion. Does that make sense? I think that might make sense. Yes, 2%. So 2%, which is a fucking lot, right? Let's be real. For one political action committee, that is amazing. That is a fuckload of cash. But 2% of the money and influence and power that is allegedly corrupting our democracy, 2% of it is about the Jews. Okay, 2% of it is about Jewish citizens in the United States of America wanting the state of Israel to continue to exist, and as a result, doing campaign contributions so American politicians are friendly to the state of Israel. That's 2% of lobbying in the United States. Let's take a look at NRA annual budget at its peak. This is why the NRA being like nefarious too is also crazy. The NRA's highest annual revenue occurred in 2016 when the organization and its affiliates raised $465 million. That doesn't mean that they spent $465 million. How much does the NRA spend on lobbying each year? Let's do that. You had what was the budget? You spent $13 million for lobbying, $2 million on average, and your annual revenue was $465 million. Dude, the NRA is a fucking scam. The NRA is a scam. $465 million raised and an annual $465 million raised in 1 year, 2016, and an annual spend amount of $2 million. Annual revenue, NRA 2024. The National Rifle Association had a revenue of $175 million in 2024. That is fucking crazy. Wow. $2 million of lobbying off of $175 million revenue. Damn. We discovered two things today. We were discovered a few things, actually. So number one, AIPAC is 2% of the lobbying, annual lobbying in the United States, which is a lot. Okay. However, pretending that the Jews just dominate lobbying, I think is fucking cope. We also learned that the NRA is a scam. Now, I understand that the NRA does do other shit, like they do like weapons safety classes and concealed weapons courses and state level lobbying and all that kind of shit. But at the same time, federal lobbying of $2 million out of a $175 million budget, that feels like fucking cope. All right. So how much did Qatar spend on lobbying in the US? Over the last several years, Qatar has spent tens of millions of dollars on lobbying and public relations efforts, with a significant increase in 2017. The exact amount varies by source. 256 million since 2016. So let's do $250 million. 256 divide by 9. That's an average of 30 million. So the Qataris are spending a quarter of what Israel spends. All right. Anyways, sorry for the yap. Sorry for going off on a tangent. I hope
Israeli Public Affairs Committee, which is one of the most, if not the most powerful lobbying group in the entire country, is just such a slam dunk.
AF Racing is saying 100 viewers haven't liked the stream. Like the stream. Like the stream. Share it with your friends. Engage with chat. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. My parasocially love you. Thank you for being here.
For Rachel's point, because that is just such a perfect example of how low information voters have no idea about who is actually pulling the strings of politics and of the politicians who they think that they're electing and who think might represent them. And they definitely have no idea if those lobbying groups represent their interests or not. I mean, they don't even know who they are. And also, this is a particularly egregious form of lobbying that you really should know about, because they sort of pull the strings of both sides. And there are other examples of this, like Big Pharma, Wall Street, defense and military industrial complex, tech, and Silicon Valley. But AIPAC is a pretty topical one right now, considering America's role in geopolitical disputes over the past few decades, but that's for another video. Even this guy who does things on the internet, debates and interviews, I think. He's been on this channel before. He's been on one of my live streams.
Yeah, dude. Grassroots says, my philosophy professor had a doctorate in mathematics and ethics, and he made $70K a year with a near religious 3-month sabbatical. I made more than double his salary in my second year in the industry. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, it's not, you can have a good life as a teacher. That's not what I'm trying to say. If you're a teacher and you marry another teacher, you make $100 grand a year, you live in like rural Florida, you can have a decent life. So I'm not trying to say like, between being a teacher and being a Dollar General manager, being a teacher is going to be better. Obviously. I just have no idea what the fuck you're talking about with 300K. Todd Sullivan says some sources report a higher average salary of $70,000 for teachers across the state based on data from March 2024. Additionally, high school teachers in Massachusetts have an average. Massachusetts is one of the best funded education systems in the country. Massachusetts has a culture of wanting public schools to be amazing. So $80K a year. Yeah, I get it. But Massachusetts is also like an insanely expensive state as well. Rob says, I just applied to be a teacher. Can't wait for my 300K.
Great fella. But he doesn't understand this reality of how...
Oh, school administrators are pieces of shit, aka about Asui. You got no argument from me there. My mother, as a conservative working for the school system, she fucking hated school admin. She thought they were total vampiric, blood-sucking pieces of shit who had no spine and no balls to actually do what needed to be done in order to educate children. So don't, I might protect teachers, instructional staff. I might protect the concept of compulsory education, but I will not be protecting the administrative bloat that has happened in public schools in the past 3 decades. I just won't.
The government works.
Career politicians that are somehow making tens of millions of dollars aside from their salary in Congress.
How does that make us less free?
How does reducing voting fix this, Rachel?
Does this have to do with anything?
They don't see who is pulling the strings because they don't even know that they're there. And generally speaking, people who are in that sort of low information voter range only see things at surface level and are extremely susceptible to emotional appeals, slogans, and cliches. And women are much more likely to fall into this category. The kinds that vote for Trudeau or Bill Clinton because they had nice hair, or Obama because they feel nice when he talks, or those who vote for the Democrats because they care about poor people. Unfortunately, there are millions of these people. So let's move on.
That's democracy, bro. It's the worst form of government except for all the other ones.
Hello.
Hello. So, repeat the question for me.
Universal suffrage destroyed America.
That is mind-numbing.
Well, what is universal suffrage?
That means everybody over a certain age gets to vote regardless of any other factors.
At a certain age.
Yeah, I think it's 21, right?
So why is it 21?
I don't know why it's 21, but everybody who's 21 gets to vote. Apparently that's the
Wait, what? I thought it was 18. What the fuck? Voting age United States. Wasn't it 18? Am I old? Did they change the law? Yeah, it's 18, bro. You're arguing about voting and you don't even know what age they fucking vote at? What the fuck? Okay. I'm just going to pretend that didn't happen. Let me make sure that I'm criticizing her for the right thing. Let's make sure that I'm not tired and I'm not sick and I didn't mishear her. Let's rewind 10 seconds. I think it's 21.
arbitrary.
At a certain age.
Yeah, I think it's 21, right?
So why is it 20?
Right? Why didn't you know that?
That means everybody over a certain age gets to vote regardless of any other factors.
At a certain age.
Yeah, I think it's 21, right?
So
no, that's alcohol. That was alcohol. I think it's tobacco now too. That's cringe to me. The fact that they like increase, like I hate tobacco. Like I love tobacco. I was physically addicted to tobacco for a decade, but tobacco age US, it used to be 18. It's 21 now, dude. If I'm going overseas, I know that the military probably still allow, like nobody in the military is gonna, I don't think they're gonna get on an 18-year-old for smoking cigarettes when they're about to deploy to like a combat zone. So I think that military members are probably still getting substantive access to tobacco and alcohol. So I'm not too worried about it. But the fact that you can enlist and die for your fucking country, but you can't have a cigarette, I think is cringe. I think is super cringe. Anyways, the fact that she did not know the voting age in the United States, I find concerning.
So why is it 21?
I don't know why it's 21, but everybody who's 21 gets to vote. Apparently that's the arbitrary age that they decided you should have a say in how things are governed.
Okay, and well, like, where do I even begin? Universal suffrage. Who came up with that term?
Doesn't matter who came up with the term, but I can tell you what the term means. The term just means universal, meaning everybody.
Yes.
Suffrage means voting. It just means everybody can vote. It used to be that there were more qualifications that you would need depending on where you were. You may have to, a lot of places it was older. It was more like 27. They didn't think that you.
Hold up. Simon Simple says, good luck with legal weed. Look at the places. Listen, I'm not saying that the places that have legal weed aren't fucking pothead havens of drippy hippies who are pieces of shit. Not saying that, but didn't Colorado state budget surplus marijuana? Due to Colorado's Taxpayer Bill of Rights, state law dictates how marijuana tax revenue is spent in return to taxpayers, preventing it from simply creating an annual budget surplus. Marijuana revenue peaked in 2021, but has steadily declined since contributing less to the state's total tax base. In 2025, new legislation was passed to address declining revenues by increasing the state's share of retail marijuana tax revenue. Colorado marijuana tax revenue peaked at $423 million in 2021, but has declined year, falling since $255 million. That's interesting. Marijuana usage has arguably decreased by 50% since it was like legalized. That's interesting. Anyways, but I remember when like marijuana was legalized in Colorado for the first time, they ran like a budget surplus for like the first 2 or 3 years. Yes, there are social ills associated with marijuana. Yes, there's a slight correlated increase in schizophrenia. Yes, pot smokers who make it their entire personality are annoying. Yes, all of that stuff.
maybe had such good judgment as far as governance until you were a little bit older, more established. You may have to be a property owner. You may have to pay a polling tax. Some places you had to be a certain religion, things like that.
Okay, so that could be manipulated, and they're trying to prevent that?
That's the selling point, yes.
That's the selling point. So someone's trying to profit off of that.
I think it sounds good to say everybody should have a say. I think that's it has broad appeal. On its face, it sounds logical and it sounds really nice. Like we all get a say, everybody gets to decide what happens to our country. What I'm saying is that universal suffrage, ironically, does not do that. It does the opposite. It provides cover for these giant entities to come in and fund things, special interest groups, lobbying groups, and you end up with a giant political machine.
Yeah, Mr. Feeney says there's a lot of road construction companies that don't work during the winter, and most of those guys just collect unemployment or have a vacation. I'm torn on what you're saying, because on one hand, I think that maybe it's just the way my parents raised me. I think that I should be gainfully employed. Like I should be socially and economically productive 40 hours a week in order to call it the Protestant work ethic. But I just think that that's my contribution to society. I should be doing something productive 40 hours a week. But then road crews, like, dude, laying roads, like laying cement, putting tar down in the middle of summer, all that kind of shit. That's got to be one of the most pain in the ass jobs on the planet. So collecting unemployment, probably not what I want them to do. Maybe I would want them to be some level of economically or socially productive. I guess if they were vacationing off of like private money because they were making a decent wage, that would be okay. Just like cycling unemployment, I think that's probably counterproductive.
Where you don't really know who's behind what you're voting for, how the policy is written.
Yeah, AK Batasui says there was a dude they found when Obama was in office, and the dude's work schedule was being a lifeguard seasonally and then going on 8 months of unemployment. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. That's crazy.
People don't even understand how the American government works. So to have all of those people just voting based on propaganda campaigns, ads that are run on TV, you'll hear women say things like, "Oh, I vote for Democrats because they care about the poor." And they really think that that's what they're voting for, when in reality, that's not what they're getting at all.
So why does society allow that to take place, to even occur?
Well, society allows it because, like I said, it sounds good. They think, oh, good, I'm going to get to have a say in how my country is governed. The people at the top who proposed this, the people.
If somebody's saying the poor can't gain welfare, the rich shouldn't be able to gain taxes. Sure.
People who pushed universal suffrage did it obviously because they understood, hey, we can open up a lot of doors to lobbying groups. We can lobby for special interests. We can gain a lot of power in ways that we normally wouldn't, because we can use the media to run giant propaganda campaigns, get our guy in, and then from there we can kind of run things. So this is why you have, lifelong crony government people like Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell making $59 million.
Conservative liberalism. What's $6 billion per election cycle between friends? True.
A year in Congress, which their salary is what, $200,000, something like that. And it's because they're taking all this money from special interests and corporations and business partners, and then they go to Congress and vote based on what these people want, not on what you and I want.
Okay, so this problematic issue has occurred because of the fundamental foundation of this nation not foreknown by the forefathers.
No, the forefathers didn't set up this country to.
Michael Tuglas says the money spent by AIPAC does not necessarily talk to its efficacy. Okay, so you're saying the Jews are good at politics? What are the Jews bad at? Sports, obviously, but that was super racist. Damn, that was hella racist. I forgot my own thing. What lobbying group spends the most money? Top spenders. U.S. Chamber of Commerce topped the listing of lobbying clients in 2005, spending $400 million. Jesus. What are the top 10 lobbying firms in the U.S.? Okay. So Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber, and Shrek spent 70 million. That doesn't sound like they're specifically talking about what they lobbied for. These sound like the lawyers who actually do the lobbying, not what they're lobbying for. So lobbying rarely occurs in a vacuum. Here are notable trends and events that shape the landscape this year. Technological regulation, AI and cryptocurrency were major focal points. Lobbying supported legislation to regulate AI's deployment and the oversight of crypto markets. A spotlight shared after the collapse of cryptocurrency exchange FTX. Healthcare advocacy, Medicare's newfound ability to negotiate drug prices stirred significant lobbying efforts, with many organizations pushing to maintain or undo these policies. Rulemaking surge, a record number of federal rules and regulations were finalized, including economically significant initiatives in energy, finance, and the environment. Economic legislation, the expected expiration of the TCGA. So it looks like drugs, tech, crypto, and environment are the major lobbying industries. Let me take a look. Lobbying dollars spent by industry. Lobbying, open secrets. Let's do this. Pharmaceuticals spent 225 million. Electronics spent 141 million. Insurance spent 90 million. That scares me. Investment firms spent 90 million. Hospitals spent 75 million. Business associations spent 75 million. Okay. So, I mean, these are... Pharmaceuticals are bigger than the Jews. The electronics industry is bigger than the Jews. And then everybody else, I guess, is smaller by comparison for industry, but it's still shitloads of cash across a varied amounts of lobbying orgs and industries. Interesting. All right. Anyways.
Have universal suffrage at all. It was supposed to be a much smaller representative republic where you did not have people who were in government forever. It might be like an upstanding guy from your area. Say you live in Pennsylvania in a small town, and there's a man that everybody there has decided should run. They support it.
Yeah, Gun Owners of America, GOA. So a lot of people found out, what was it, like LaPierre? NRA, LaPierre, money laundering. This dude, liable in corruption trial. Wayne LaPierre was not formally charged with money laundering. A New York civil case found that he used the NRA's tax-exempt funds to funnel millions of dollars to himself, his family, and other NRA insiders. Wayne LaPierre was such a fucking huge piece of shit, man. This guy basically lobbied on like hyper aggressive pro-gun, anti-gun control, culture war bullshit. And then he used the insane size of the NRA. Like, I think we saw what their annual revenue was more than 100 million. He used that to funnel like tens of millions of dollars to himself and his family. So a lot of people moved to Gun Owners of America. Owners of America annual budget. I should do annual revenue, but the Gun Owners of America reportedly took in a total revenue of 10 million. So you gotta say NRA annual revenue is still 100 million, 178 million. So, you know, GOA by comparison is still 1/20th the size of the NRA, but I think that's just off of momentum. The NRA has been around for so long that they're just there's a bunch of boomers who probably just didn't even hear about Wayne LaPierre being corrupt, and as a result, they never canceled their membership. So, anyways, sorry for the rant.
Him, he gets elected. He goes to Congress part-time for a couple months out of the year. He comes back home and he still has to run a business, run his farm, take care of his family. And there weren't all these giant special interest and lobbying groups. So it was completely different prior to universal suffrage. And that's the thing that opened the floodgates to this absolutely diabolical machine that we have now.
Now, also, the religion aspect, the church, with Christianity, also is the blame itself, or partial blame, to even allow this, not to safeguard or protect the nation from these individuals or groups of individuals.
Well, I mean, the people who thought that was a good, if you're talking about the church, that would be Protestants for the most part. Roman Catholics.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was being very stupid. AK Batasui says, I was saying the 300K bonus is my pet policy, kind of like banning speed bumps and left red turn arrows. Okay, got you. I'm sorry for presuming. I'm sorry for presuming that. Yeah, I mean, I would probably put it at like 10 years or something like that. Maybe you get $250,000, maybe you get something like that. So it's like an extra 10K or an extra 20K per year in service. Because if you made it, like, teaching's hard, man. Like public school teaching is hard. So let's say that you're making like 50K a year, in Florida, by the way. So 50K a year for 10 years. You make $500,000 over the course of the year and you're just surviving. But then at the 10-year mark, because you dedicated a decade of your life to public education, let's say you get a $200,000 bonus, like a one-time bonus, and maybe you get another bonus in your when you hit the 20-year mark. Well, realistically, what that does is it incentivizes teachers to spend a decade in the industry, and then realistically, they made 70K a year, right? Because it's 20K additional, but they had to make the decade in order to get that cash. And then maybe do another one at the 20-year mark, and then also allow them to retire. But yeah, if you had like a 200K one-time payment to look forward to, maybe you would be willing to work in shitty conditions, raising other people's kids for 50 grand a year, if you knew that if you stuck it out for a decade, you would get a 200K one-time bonus. I mean, I think that would be brilliant. I don't know if we can afford it, but I think it would be brilliant for retention and retaining quality teachers. I agree with that.
And Orthodox tend to be more monarchical. We are not necessarily people who are huge on democracy. It's kind of changed a bit in the modern age, but back then when the country was founded, it was an extension of the Protestant Reformation, which is just another revolution, really.
Okay, so what's going to be the salvation to this problem?
I don't know what the answer to that question is. I don't know if anybody does.
Understood.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so Rachel makes a really, really good point.
I'm going to watch this last point, and then I think I'm done with these fucks.
Here, in that the only way in the current political system to actually know who you're voting for is to follow the money and the donors. And you can explain just about every position that they take by doing this. And you can also explain how we got to where we are. Almost everything comes down to money and feelings, or more specifically, using money to exploit feelings. And just as we talked about earlier, the only reason that this is the way it is because the majority of the people are uninformed. They don't know about these sorts of things. And
I love how he's saying that in the context of this debate or conversation in which Rachel did not know the voting age. Which weirdly enough proves the point. But once again, we've talked about oligarchy, we've talked about kleptocracy, we've talked about corruption, we've talked about insider trading, we've talked about salaries. How is reducing the amount of people who vote going to improve any of that shit? Okay. Now, let's say that I'm able to Thanos snap reality. If I'm able to Thanos snap reality, then of course what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it so everybody has to pass the citizenship exam. Whatever foreigners have to take for the citizenship exam, that's what an American citizen should have to take. Citizenship test. Citizenship test questions. Full exam, the citizenship test. Gilder Lehman Institute. Where's some sample questions? I want to see some sample questions. Sample questions. So, sample questions was, who was the first president? I think that's George Washington. What are two rights of everyone living in the U.S.? I don't know. First Amendment, Second Amendment. What is the capital? The right to freedom of speech and the right to self-defense under the Second Amendment. What is the capital of the United States? Washington, D.C. When do we celebrate Independence Day? July 4th. Name one responsibility that is only for United States citizens. I don't know. Maybe selective service. Name one responsibility that is only for United States citizens. That's interesting. I genuinely don't know. But if we are forcing foreigners in order to pass this, Serve on a jury, vote in federal elections. That's interesting. But if I studied that, then I would know that. What age do citizens have to vote in? I think that in order to vote inside the United States, you should have to pass a citizen's exam. And we would disclude a lot of stupid, civically illiterate people as a result. That is the limitation. That's the reasonable limitation that I would put on voting. The non-reasonable limitation that I would put on voting is pass the citizenship test, and you have to do 2 years of public service. You could be a post office worker. You could be a public school teacher. You could be a military service member. You could work as like an NGO, like Doctors Without Borders or Médecins Sans Frontières, or what's the other one? The Red Cross. You could work for them for 2 years, and then you get to vote. So 2 years of public service. That's what I would do.
And they are apathetic and don't really care enough to change their voting patterns. And the truth of the matter is that if we had a smaller and more educated voting pool that had more skin in the game, then they wouldn't stand for that. They would be much, much better at doing what he actually wants done, which is removing lobbying and removing corruption. If you have a smaller amount of people who have a skin in the game and a vested interest in the country that they are thriving in, doing well, then they will obviously be more effective at stopping things like transnational corporations and the selling out by the government to these corporations than the low information voters. I mean, how can you actually possibly convince voters to fix a problem that they don't know exists? You can't. On to the last one.
All right. I'm good. Who is this, though? Okay, I don't know who that is. I don't know who Mike D is. All right, fuck this. All right. Let me go ahead and do a summary. I actually did not enjoy myself. I took a healthy chunk of psychic damage. Rachel Wilson hurt me. She hurt me. She hurt me by not remembering the voting age. She also hurt me by coming up with a descriptive problem and then having a solution that had nothing to do with the fucking problem. And then my main frustration with this was that the people who were fighting her didn't even have the capacity to fight her. So that was actually really fucking annoying. But you know what? Fuck it. Who cares? Fuck it, who cares? We took our healthy amount of psychic damage. Let's figure out what psychic damage we're taking now. So what has been suggested to me by Justin is Gavin McInnes versus Nick Fuentes. I was not ready for that this morning. I could be ready for it now. Ross Douthat versus Hassan Piker. I really don't want to do because I hate Hassan Piker, but it could be good content. So I kind of need to know what you guys want to do, or if there's like a debate that I missed in the past 24 to 48 hours that is like hot, where like Destiny debated somebody, or Andrew Wilson debated somebody, or a Piers Morgan thing. I think we just saw that there was a Piers Morgan Destiny debate. That's one that we could do, which I'm sure would do fine metrically. But I kind of want to reward, like we're at 100 people right now, so I'm assuming like Loaderbox went live or some shit, so we lost like 20 or 30 liberals. But I want to reward my loyalists. What do my loyalists want? Rick in Maryland says, Connor, marijuana use causes schizophrenia? Yeah, it can. It's like a really small percentage, but if you have precursors for schizophrenia, then marijuana can trigger schizophrenic episodes. And some of those schizophrenic episodes can be permanent. Goldberg is also Jewish, yeah, and he's going to suplex anti-Semites into submission, based. GOA is what NRA started as, heavily focused on safe ownership and responsibility, based. Fungdark says, laugh my ass off, old people on SS donating to a rich guy in fear of AOC. I know, right? Scrolling, voting. Lots of people talking shit about the content. Andrew and his wife are not good with solutions. Bruh. Michael Tugler says, Fuentes. Should we do Fuentes? I mean, obviously, like, it's good content. I love hating on Gavin. I love hating on, Gavin McInnes, but let me scroll for a second. So are we doing Gavin McInnes versus Fuentes, or are we doing Destiny versus Piers Morgan, or do you have another piece of content that you want to do? Fascist Aussies make me irrationally more angry than American fascists. Weird. Why? Harmonic Fox says, I don't know if we should go based on IQ. Sure. For fuck's sake, true. Kaz says, new psychic damage, let's go. True. Fuck that too, says Christian Valeris. Well, you're an oiler, so you could say what content we need to do, but you need to understand. Wiki Ditron says, paint stream, please. That's interesting. Those are the only choices? Not really. We could do, somebody said paint stream. We could actually just pick a topic and do a paint stream, but I don't know if I could carry like an hour-long yap just by being like, let's talk about guns and let me yap for 2 hours. I don't know if I could carry a whole stream like that. Anonymous is, I want whatever you want. Be my psychic damage guide, please. Zena says, as a lib Grijaldas, I want any decent debate that will get you triggered into debating with the screen. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Let's go with Gavin Fuentes, says Zenith. Okay. Christian says, also, why is it automatically assumed that white property owners will always do what's best for the nation? I know. Destiny on Piers is Christian Valeris. He's an Oiler, so I might need to think about that. Watch whatever pisses you off the most. Need some entertainment this morning. I got you. Pierce Destiny. Looks like we got 3 or 4 Pierce Destinies. Can we just do a Valor Reacts? Valor Reacts is going to be on Friday. There is no destiny. There's no fate, but what you make. All right. Number 1, Christian Valeris is an Oiler. Number 2, I see half a dozen people arguing for destiny on Piers Morgan. So I'll do that, but I will do Gavin McInnes versus Nick Fuentes. I'll do that tomorrow. I'll be refreshed. Oh, well, hold on. Tomorrow, sorry to say, I'm actually going to be gone in the morning, but I'll be back in the evening for a debate. Okay. So in the morning, the wife has a friend that's in town that she never sees, and she's been planning a family friend day for a couple of weeks. So I will be gone tomorrow morning. However, tomorrow night, I will be going on Raging Tomato in order to effectively do a gauntlet. So my gauntlet topic is Donald Trump and MAGA are not Republican or conservative. And so as a result, that should actually be a super, super spicy debate. And so as a result, like, I'm going to take my hydroxyzine. I'm going to try to chill the fuck out, but I'm going to try to go through a gauntlet of rando shitters who are trying to piss me off. So I should have good content for you tomorrow. And then today, I think we'll just do the Destiny Pierce debate. But then on Friday, we'll do Nick and Gavin McInnes, so I get sufficiently pissed off for your entertainment. Oiler suffrage. True. Yes. Kay says that it was relatively boring, but that was, but Destiny barely even talked. Destiny versus Gavin on who's more gay. True. Can you rewatch the N-word debate? Do you guys want to do the N-word debate? I would love to do the N-word debate. I've already done it once. I would actually do the N-word debate again. I would do it again. Although I shouldn't do that on I should not do the N-word debate on Valor. I should do the N-word debate on Counterpoints. Yeah. That's funny. Oh man, that's funny. Okay. We'll do the N-word debate on Tuesday when I'm back on Counterpoints Politics. All right. Anyways. We'll do for now. I know people are saying it's boring, but we'll do Destiny on Piers Morgan. On Friday, we'll do Gavin McInnes versus Nick Fuentes versus Piers Morgan. And then tomorrow night, I'll have the Raging Tomato debate for you. And that should be fun, man. Like I know that Christian Valeris is saying, or has said, that he wants me to not take medications. He wants me to spurg out and call people TOS slurs during my debates. But I think for the longevity of my career, I'm going to have to, like, if it's like a chill debate, if we're on like Kick and it's people that I know and we already have enough cash like in the bank that I don't have to care about getting fired, then we could, go crazy. But I think for now, I'm going to need to stay medicated. Dare's the second biggest scam ever pulled on humanity, right behind the Catholic Church. Fuck that. Kids shouldn't do drugs, except for marijuana. You already have an education system. If they aren't already ready to vote, another test isn't going to help. People just aren't going to vote. Fuck that, Paul. Fuck that. No. Number one, the public education system should be teaching the citizenship test. Number two, you should have to pass the citizenship test in order to vote. Justin says, if this Destiny shit is boring, I'm going to kill myself. Well, don't do that, Justin. Just sleep in tomorrow. All right. Anyways, we're going to do it. Who cares if it's boring? I'll make it exciting. We'll deal with complex ideas. Okay. We will make it exciting. All right. Pierce Morgan. Ooh, lean beef patty. She's on my shorts for some reason. That's funny. All right. Piers Morgan Destiny. All right.
Person who actually got the...
Let's get this going. There's Destiny. Let me get past the intros. Here we go. Officer Tatum. God, I hate... Oof. Whew. I'm going to be fussy britches today. All right, anyways. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican, meaning that I have real Republican values from about a decade ago. Unfortunately, I don't think MAGA does. What I have for you today is I got Destiny going on the Piers Morgan show. He's debating Officer Tatum and a whole bunch of randos in reference to Trump's recent accomplishments in the Middle East and North Africa and the Israel-Palestine conflict. We're going to go ahead and let them get into it. I'll be pausing intermittently to break it down. Let's go.
Morning, and it's very hard not to get caught up in the euphoria of the hostages being released, the families, their joy on the Palestinian side, an end to the bombing, certainly for now, the return of thousands of prisoners from Israeli jails and so on. You know, it was a day of great celebration. Did you feel celebratory today?
I mean, it's always good when war ends. It's good when conflict ends. It's good when hostages are brought home. I think regardless of how that came about, I think it's always a good thing to celebrate.
What's the downside for you?
Well, I mean, it depends on what part we're talking about. I think that, you know, if you're looking for some kind of comprehensive peace between Israel and Palestine, this deal doesn't even come close to it. Remember, this is the second time the president has told us there will be peace in the Middle East. The first time was the Abraham Accords, and clearly that didn't work. So, yeah, Trump is really good at putting together these plans that are not plans at all. They're just like backbones of plans.
But when you say it didn't work, the Abraham Accords, I mean, it stood with the countries that signed up to the Abraham Accords. You know, they have had a good working relationship with Israel. As a consequence of that, Saudi Arabia has indicated it would like to join them, but it can't when this war was raging, understandably. They're looking to expand the Abraham Accords. The amount of unity from Arab countries and Muslim countries like Turkey to this peace plan has been pretty unanimous in the region.
I would actually say the Abraham Accords, I don't know how much of it is smoke and mirrors. I don't know how much of it is bullshit and how much of it is real. But I would say that the vibe was that effectively like Muslim countries were watching the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and normally they would have been saber rattling against Israel and talking shit about how bad Israel was and how much Israel needed to be put in the ground. And they were such pieces of shit, and they stood in solidarity with the Palestinian people. Now, ultimately, the Arabs wouldn't do shit. But instead, what I saw was pretty much silence from the Arab countries. And then not only did I see silence from the Arab countries, I also saw a Saudi Arabian female presenter, not in a hijab and not in a niqab, challenging the leader of Hamas on live television. So I don't know. Like, listen, I'm all about being cynical. I'm all about being critical of the Trump admin. I don't know if you should create I don't know if you should create criticisms or problems where there aren't any, though. Grassroots 20 says, notice how Destiny's hands are out of frame? Uh-oh.
So I'm not quite sure if this plan is unworkable, what would have been a better plan?
I mean, anything that actually leads to a long-term permanent solution between Israel and Palestine. I mean, when you say the Abraham Accords worked, I mean, that's because they were involving countries that weren't really fighting with each other. I think that a lot of the Israeli peace process with other Arab states is just trying to extricate Palestine from any overall peace arrangement with any other country. The Abraham Accords did that. They kicked the can down the road. October 7th happened. It was just like the second intifada after the failures of Oslo 1 and 2. And now we're getting a deal that kind of looks like an Oslo 3 peace framework where it's a bunch of vague stuff. Nobody really knows what it means.
Paul says, Connor, are we ever going to do a painting chat? Someone picks a prop, someone paints, and then we have to guess what they're painting. You want to play charades? Paul, you want to play charades as a chat? What? Why?
And basically Israel has like infinite reign to kind of like play with it how they want. Like, what does it mean to...
Wait, sorry. Kazra Chase is something important. Iran became a bigger problem. Yeah, sure. But Iran's kind of always been a problem. So what's the what's the deal there? And Iran becoming a problem, they probably became more of a problem because they realized that they had substantively less support in the Middle East and North Africa. It's called bonding.
De-radicalize the Palestinian Authority or de-radicalize the Gaza Strip. Who knows?
Emily Austin, I felt a lot of joy seeing the hostages after 2 years of utter, unrelenting hell finally being released. 20 of them back to their families, and the scenes with the reunion with their families, incredibly moving. I defy anyone with a heart to not be moved by it. And I also found the scenes of jubilation amongst the Palestinians and seeing families returning, albeit back to their...
Yeah, exactly. That's another point too. Thank you, Fung Dark, for reminding me. Iran became a bigger problem. So Iran was always a problem. So in the thousands, correct me if I'm wrong, but they were doing what they're doing now, where they're like enriching uranium up to like a certain level, right? Then what ended up happening was we did the Iran nuclear agreement, and as far as like the UN is concerned and the international inspectors were concerned, Iran complied with the agreement, but that was too much agreement for the Trump administration, and so they withdrew from the JCPOA or the Iran nuclear deal, and so as a result, like Iran became more belligerent, and which has kind of led us into the modern era. So I don't know. I don't know how to do that. How to judge that. Andre Sandalescu says about the painting thing. There's a game called Gardic Phone. That's exactly that. Very fun. Used to be on Discord. Now it's a standalone app. That's interesting.
Bombarded homes with at least the hope now of being able to rebuild their lives, hopefully. All of that I found very euphoric. I had to say, I did blanch, not at Donald Trump being celebrated in the Knesset, but by the kind of mass adulation for Netanyahu, because I don't think he showered himself in any glory this year. Explain why you think I'm wrong.
Well, honestly, I always say my fight as an American Jew is to make sure that Israel...
Nice. Anonymous chatter says, after your time in the Marine Corps, I'm surprised most of your paintings aren't dicks. Don't worry. The ones offline are mostly dicks.
and Jews are safe and there's not all this false information going around in America. But needless to say, Israel is very torn between supporting Netanyahu or not. There's a joke that Israelis support Trump more than they support their own prime minister, which right now definitely feels that way in Israel. I will add, I don't think Netanyahu gets any credit when he does something right at all. I think whether it's something as precise as the beeper attack, he'll never get the pat on the back for doing things the right way. When it's his involvement in signing the agreement and it's Hamas who wasn't signing it, Bibi will always take the...
Interesting. So Khosrow Che says, I mean, Bibi Netanyahu convinced the Arab states that Iran is a bigger problem for Arabs than Israel. That's what I meant. That's interesting. Just to make it a little bit more geopolitical, let's go to Iran. Well, let's go to Google. Iran, Google Maps. So if you take a look at this, right, what we have is the heart of Shia Islam in Iran, and then southeastern Iraq is also Shia. Now, there's pockets of Shia all over the world, but, you know, I'm basically doing like the Protestant Catholics thing, right? Where Ireland is made up of, you know, Catholics and Northern Ireland is predominantly Protestant. It's a very similar thing in the Middle East and North Africa. And I'm not saying Sunni and Shia are the only concerns. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that it's easy to draw up these tribalistic lines. So Iran and southeastern Iraq are largely Shia, but Iraq, through the Iraq war, is kind of normalized with the Western world, despite, you know, ISIS and terrorism and all that kind of shit. Same thing with like Saudi Arabia, Oman, UAE, Dubai, Bahrain, and Egypt. All of these countries, relatively speaking, are normalized with the Western world in reference to like petroleum trade. Maybe we have some problems with Islamism. Maybe we have some problems with the Muslim Brotherhood. Maybe we have some problems with theocracy. Maybe we have some problems with religious conservatism. Maybe we have some problems with jihadism. But realistically, the states, the governments of these nations are perfectly fine selling oil and gas to the United States and to Europe, which is the main thing that we care about. Now, what's interesting, though, is that Iran is not. Iran is more nice to Europe than they are to the United States, but they fucking hate the United States. The United States and Israel is the great Satan, right? And so what's interesting about what Khosrow Che just said is that effectively Israel, despite being a Jewish state that is currently taking over Palestinian territory, K and grassroots, please don't hurt, I'm not saying harass. Please don't criticize my overly broad generalizations. I understand that they're overly broad generalizations. But Israel beefing with the Palestinians, if Israel convinced Jordan, Iraq, Syria, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Dubai, UAE, and Egypt that Iran is a bigger problem, that actually could be like a huge geopolitical win for stabilization in this region. That would be crazy. Thank you for the insight.
The hits for that. Now, whether you like him or not, I just feel like you need to give credit where it's due.
But I think, to be honest, I thought Emily, he did get a lot of credit for the Hezbollah pager attack. That was widely seen.
I would like to have thought so, but I would
just say, just to finish that point, I would say that he was widely credited with having launched a very precise, very carefully planned, expertly executed dismantling of Hezbollah using pages that did not lead to mass civilian casualties. Similarly, I thought the attack on Iran, which many people thought would be catastrophic and launch World War III and so on, actually turned out to be a short-lived war, which was very precise again in its targeting, and again did not involve mass civilian casualties. The problem comes with the way he has prosecuted the war in Gaza, which has been to do none of those things, to be not remotely surgical.
Corey Peltzman says, when the Ayatollah Khomeini was expelled from Iran, the French government granted him political asylum, but later Khomeini returned to take power after the Islamic Revolution of 79. Cool. I hate the French, so that makes sense.
But to be, in many people's eyes, utterly indiscriminate, leveling 80% of Gaza.
I'm going to lift weights while we're listening to this.
To the point of total destruction.
I'm doing shoulders and forearms today.
Killing 70,000 people, including many tens of thousands of civilians, including over 20,000 kids. It seems to be a completely different way of waging war against your enemy to the way that he has rightly, in my opinion, got due credit for the way he dealt with Iran and Hezbollah.
Yeah, I'm a numbers girl. I like to think not emotionally, but with facts. And I recently found something really interesting, and I'd love to hear your opinion on it. According to UNRWA's numbers, which I'm reluctant to trust to begin with, according to them, 73,000 structures were destroyed, right? 68,000 people were dead. By the way, I'll add the Hamas spokesman said 58,000 militants were killed, so that math is not really making sense. But per UNRWA numbers, if that is in fact true and there were 73,000 structures destroyed and 68,000 people dead, then their ratio of structure to person, I'm talking buildings, was less than one person. It's 0.9 people per structure.
Emily, you've seen the pictures. You've seen, I mean, look, one of my biggest bugbears about this is Netanyahu refusing to this day to allow international journalists to operate freely in Gaza to verify what's been going on there. But we've all seen the very few aerial shots that have come out in the last few weeks and months, and they've been utterly devastating. You know, this idea there's just a few structures or one for one and so on, it's for the birds. They have leveled.
Is this Piers Morgan's first time seeing what war looks like? Like, I'm sorry, did you not watch footage from Vietnam or Yugoslavia or the War on Terror? Like, what the fuck? Hasn't this dude been a journalist for like 40 years?
3/4 of Gaza.
Piers, I can't deny the facts. I saw the videos of Gaza. Anyone who's denying that it's inhabitable is lying to you. However, I will add that when Hamas has done a phenomenal job since 2005, embedding themselves into civilian infrastructure, into schools, into nurseries, into hospitals. Al-Shifa Hospital was a Hamas HQ, for God's sake. They don't really leave Israel with much of a choice. Listen, I know you're critical of Netanyahu, but I've yet to hear anyone give me a better answer that if they were in your shoes and you are fighting a military that has fully embedded themselves into infrastructure that belongs to civilians, do you now lose a war and surrender because they've made it really, really difficult to attack? I'll tell you what Israel has done. They've done them the courtesy of dropping leaflets.
Justin says this isn't a war, dude. Gaza has sticks and Israel has fighter jets. No, Gaza has AK-47s and IEDs and rocket-propelled grenades. So no, just because. And by the way, Justin, like, sorry, I'm going to do a little bit of Israel sweeping just because Justin's triggered me a little bit. So listen, Gazan civilians should be within the rules of warfare, should be not targeted to the maximum degree possible within urban warfare. However, since when has the moral logic of warfare been, well, I don't have the right technology to kick your ass. So I'm allowed to come into your country and slaughter 1,200 people. But if you come over and you kick my ass with high technology, then that's unfair. When the fuck has fairness entered like the moral calculation of war? The only moral calculation of war that I think is relevant is not trying not to kill innocent non-combatants. That's like the only moral calculation that I kind of give a shit about. I also think like minimizing damage to civilian infrastructure so civilian society can get back to normal once the war is done, relatively speaking, which Israel obviously did not do. So I think that Israel deserves due criticism relevant to flattening 80% of buildings within Gaza. I think that is due criticism. However, where is it fucking written that if somebody shoots at you with an AK-47, attacks you with improvised explosive devices, and shoots at you with rocket-propelled grenades, you can only attack him with small arms? Who the fuck wrote that law down? The answer is nobody.
Every single time they're going to make a strike, which, by the way, I'll add, no other military will ever do that in any form of war. They have let aid in despite people denying that. That's a fact. They've let tons of food.
Conservatism, so you don't think there's a point to linger on with more buildings have been destroyed than people? No, I mean, I think it's fine. But, you know, when you destroy 80% of the fucking buildings, I think that's kind of crazy.
Food and aid in. Again, no other military will ever do that.
Well, they waged a 3-month. Well, hang on. They waged a 3-month illegal blockade of food and aid.
Yeah. So sorry, Beef Supreme makes the point that I think conservative liberalism should consider. So the argument that less civilians have been killed than buildings destroyed sounds good until you think about it. Beef Supreme, that level of destruction didn't happen in the cities in Vietnam or Iraq or most part of World War II wars. Well, hold on. Post World War II. In Korea and World War II, we absolutely leveled every single building possible within certain cities, and we didn't care about civilian casualties. So World War II in Korea, we absolutely did that shit. What was the point though? Was that the civilian casualties were less than the buildings destroyed? But that's where, for me, like, if you look at pictures of Gaza now, like, dude, just take a look at like Gaza. You cannot tell me that there was an insurgent inside every single one of these buildings. Gaza now. Like, it just borderline doesn't make fucking sense. Look at this. This is a street. Every single building is blown the fuck up. like every single building is destroyed. Like, how is this, you know, like, how is this not like vengeance? Look at this. There's no way there was an insurgent in every single one of these buildings and they put a tank shell in every single one of these buildings. They destroyed these buildings because they fucking felt like it. So, yeah, man, like, sorry. Like, if you look at Fallujah, the Battle of Fallujah now. Fallujah during the war. Look at this. Look at 2004 during the Battle of Fallujah. And by the way, Fallujah in 2025 looks beautiful. Good for you, Fallusians. But look at this. This is Iraqis, or excuse me, this is Americans participating in the Battle of Fallujah, and we absolutely blew fucking buildings up. We used artillery. But look at this. Not every building is fucking flattened, because you know what happened? Is we targeted the buildings that actually had insurgents in them. When you took fire from a building, you flattened that building, not the entire block. So sorry if this pisses off my Israel simps that I'm being like insufficiently simpy for Israel. But like, no, in my opinion, if you look at Fallujah during the battle, it's pretty clear that we did not destroy 80% of buildings in Fallujah, and that was not necessary to secure the city. So don't blow smoke up my ass, please.
In February this year, which was a breach of all conventions, and is, in my opinion, was a war crime. I mean, I think a lot of stuff
before those 3 months blockade, they allowed enough aid in to last them.
Sorry, real quick. I do need to let the content flow. But Sapien Green says, Connor, do you think Netanyahu has solved his career at this, or saved his career at this point? Presiding over October 7th is quite the thing to have on your resume, even with everything else. Yeah. And by the way, there were like lefty Israelis and lefties in general who said, you don't understand how unpopular Netanyahu is. And he's going to be deposed or voted out of office anytime soon. And what I told them is that no matter how unpopular a leader is, people do not like changing leadership during wartime. Like, I don't know if you guys remember this during the Bush administration. If you were going from 2002 to 2004, you would have thought that Bush was on the verge of losing the presidency. You really would have thought that like Bush was like so unpopular, and the Iraq war was so unpopular. Bush second election victory, electoral results numbers, you would have thought that it was going to be a fucking blowout. You would have thought that the fucking Democrat was going to win if you watch the news coverage of the war. But the actual election was 286 to 251. And let's take a look at the popular vote. Bush popular vote 2004. Kerry got 59 million and George W. Bush got 62 million. And I'm just telling you, everybody was like, the mainstream media was acting like Kerry was going to supplant Bush because Bush was so unpopular because of the invasion of Iraq. So I just don't think it's true. I think people fear leadership instability during a time of crisis and a time of war. So yeah, I think Bibi Netanyahu will be. He might not stay in power forever, but I don't think he's going to the fucking Hague. I don't think the Israelis are going to vote him out and then turn him over to international authorities for war crimes. They're probably going to defend him because he was the wartime leader who presided over one of the largest terrorist disasters in Israeli history, but then who got like extreme amounts of vengeance against the Gazan population and then also got the hostages home. So that's my perception. I'm happy to eat crow on any of my cynical bullshit. Quick show, though. We have had a dozen people support the stream. And seriously, like, I parasocially love you guys. Monday was insane. Tuesday was insane. Last week was insane. Last month was insane. You guys have also been incredibly generous today. So if you're an oiler, you've already oiled. I do not need any more oil. I'm just shouting out because obviously money makes the world go round. Like the stream. It is free. Share the stream with your friends. If you have a good time, you like hanging out with me, you like yapping, you like chatting in chat, tell your friends about the stream. Engage with chat. We have lots of cool, smart, interesting, funny people inside the chat. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. So.
Well, you know what? It should never have happened. It was that you cannot do
Piers,
that.
why is it Israel's responsibility to feed them to begin with if they're in a
It's
war?
not. It's a war crime. It's a war crime to have a blockade. That's the point.
October 7th was a war crime too.
Yes, it was. You won't get.
Emily,
Emily, you won't get any argument from me. I've always said that Hamas are a despicable terror group who committed one of the worst atrocities of modern times, and they can have no role in Gaza going forward.
King Solida says, "Hey, yo, I have terrible shoulder pain. Welcome to your 30s, bitch." Is that a heart attack? Or is that heartburn and joint pain? Welcome to your 30s.
Not just how the news which services get access.
That's Gordon Piers. Piers is basically a YouTuber
at a higher level, and I've always taken issue with Israel's claim that they behaved on a superior moral plinth.
Oh, Mosul was a fucking nightmare for sure.
They most definitely
standing
have.
army.
I disagree with you.
Well, the best way to prove it is to let the journalists in. It's very easy to make all sorts of claims.
Journalists will have died in Gaza because when they are going to announce that they're striking and Hamas is not going to allow people to flee, Hamas would have given the journalists the courtesy of fleeing.
Emily, that's not the concern of the Israeli government. They're not concerned about the safety and welfare of journalists. It is down to the individual media companies who employ these journalists about their risk assessment. But the fact remains that no journalists from CNN, from BBC, from Reuters, from AP, from any reputable news agencies are allowed into Gaza to report freely on what's happened. And until they are, the suspicion remains that they are up to stuff which they don't want the world to see. So we will see.
Well, Piers,
I fear we're going to uncover a lot of very bad stuff.
Videos coming out of Gaza left and right.
AKA Batasui says, isn't 60K the low estimate? Yeah. So I think it's the Gazan Health Ministry, though. So it's internal numbers from the Gazan Health Ministry. And I think they said that right now, because 60K is 2 months old. So I think they said that they're at 70K confirmed dead direct conflict related casualties. And then I think they said that they're expecting 200,000 indirect deaths. So starvation, medical issues, dehydration, fatigue, exhaustion, shock, all of that stuff. They're expecting 200,000 dead total. But as far as like bullets and tank shells and artillery and drones and all that shit, I think the estimate is currently 70K.
I think the safety of the journalists was their concern.
Well, they've killed a record.
Well,
they've killed a record number of journalists on Palestinian journalists. So I don't think they
unfortunately, Piers, in Gaza, they throw on a vest that says journalists.
Yeah, but actually, many of them were genuine journalists who were not members of Hamas who were brutally killed, and that is an outrage.
Are you aware Israel drops leaflets every time they're going to commit an airstrike, and Hamas does not let them evacuate?
I listen, you know,
dude. See, but and Sacred Snow, we're making a joke, but honestly, like, I would not be surprised if that was written in like an Israeli after action report. They were going after the same guy in all the houses on that street. He was running from house to house like Three Little Pigs, sarcastic. Like, yeah, dude, that's what would have to happen. Is like an insurgent would fire from a window, run down to the building, run to the next building. IDF would blow up that building. Then the insurgent would fire from the next window, and then IDF would blow up that building. And then the insurgent would go up to the next window and then fire from that building. Then IDF would blow up that building. Yeah, it's bullshit. And sorry if I'm being a little bit more callous. Bear in mind, I am tired. I am grumpy. So if I'm not sufficiently shilling for Israel today, or if I'm shilling for Israel too much, bear in mind, I'm just a little bit more grumpy today and not as smart and articulate and beautiful as I normally am. Okay. Anyways, the point is, though, that the destruction of the buildings, in my opinion, was not militarily necessary. Okay. That's my opinion. You can call me an asshole. You can say I'm stupid. You could say that Israel has XYZ ABC reason. The laws of war technically don't say that, blah, 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 blah. Whatever legalistic or moral excuse you want to give yourself, I'm just telling you, I am of the opinion that Israel could have conducted urban warfare and they could have destroyed 10% or 20% of the buildings and probably still killed as many combatants. That's my opinion.
You won't get me defending Hamas about any of this, but the idea that all the 200 plus journalists had it coming because they were fake journalists is bullshit.
I never said that.
Well, you're implying it when you're saying they're wearing the shirt.
The journalists, they all had working cell phones, by the way. The claim that Gaza has no electricity was completely a lie. The leaflets warned.
Grassroots says, look at Mosul. I'm sure Mosul was fucked, but Mosul was taken back by Mosul during the war. Mosul was taken back by Shia militias. Yeah. Holy shit. Mosul looks more like Gaza. Holy shit. That's bananas. Okay. But this is, can I, I'm going to do a drawing. It's paint time. I'm going to put on I'm putting on my spiritual wig. Okay. So here is, in my opinion, the difference between the urban warfare that I think is Americans can practice and the urban warfare as practiced by Shia militias and by the IDF. Okay. So let's say there's a building and let's say it has a few windows. And bear in mind, this is going to be like a very shitty drawing. So do not take this as like gospel. All right. Now let's say that there is a bad guy in the building and he's got, I fucked up this drawing. Let's just say that he's got a gun. You want to kill this guy. Okay. What the IDF seems to have done is they did, I'll go back to black. They had a guy with small arms. So a IDF guy with a gun, and let's make it an assault rifle. And let's give him another arm, and let's give him some legs. Then they had a tank. That's a tank barrel. Damn, I'm gonna fuck this up, aren't I? Here's the bottom of the tank. Here's the tank tread. Damn, I fucked this up. That's okay. You guys get the vibes. Here's the tank. Oh, come on. You almost got it. You almost got it, Connor. I believe in you. Okay, there's the tank. And then let's do a little fighter jet. Okay, little fighter jet. Boop. Boop. Little Israeli fighter jet guy. Okay. I'm totally fucking this up. But you know what? Whatever. And so as a result, they just blow up the fucking building. Okay. They're like, there's this one guy here. Fuck him. Let's blow him up. And I think with Mosul, it's probably even worse because not only do you not have coordinated mechanical support, and not only do you not have coordinated air, but you just have infantry going from area to area, and the infantry doesn't want to die. So they call in, airstrikes, and they call in tank shells, and they call in artillery, and they call in all that kind of stuff. But what's cool about the American way of warfare, which I think is actually super fucking based, is that what Americans typically do, because we're so confident in our infantry, because we have some of the best fucking infantry on the planet, is because we're so confident in the capacity of our infantry, we will actually send our infantry into buildings in order to go kill this motherfucker. That's what we'll do. And then we will only call in air and tanks when this guy successfully, when this guy successfully repels American infantry, just because he's dug in like a tick, he's got improvised explosive devices, he's got 10 of his boys on the roof, like all that kind of shit. That's when we call in the air and the tanks and destroy the entire fucking building. But the first instinct of American infantry is to go into that room and fucking kill that guy, because we're so confident in our infantry's capacity to overwhelm and destroy the enemy through fire and maneuver, and to overwhelm and destroy the enemy and repel the enemy's assault by firing close combat. We are so confident in our dominance of the infantry that yeah, sure, we might put a tank shell through this window, but we're not going to blow up the entire fucking building until the bad guys repel our infantry. And we're also, in my opinion, more casualty tolerant than the Israelis and more casualty tolerant than Arab forces. Now, the irony, of course, with Arab forces is that their incompetence leads to higher casualty statistics. So since the Arabs are scared to go in the building, they just blow up the fucking building. But then what's ironic is that they're so incompetent as infantry, they suffer more casualties than United States forces, and United States forces take bigger risks. So I'm going to save this as U.S. infantry versus IDF versus Mosul militia, because it was largely Shia militia and Iranian Republican Guard units who took back Mosul. Anyways, back to it.
Them. They literally had sirens letting them know to leave. How much more of a warning should Israel give before they're going to strike? Which, again, I'm going to repeat.
I'm going to bring other panelists in. I think it's more not about the warnings. It's more about how much more bombing does it take to make your point.
Doobie, I think the civilian casualties have been argued. I think like the public figures are 17,000 combatants and 70,000 dead. But then you're saying like the internal numbers are like 83% civilians. I would have to see that. So I'll Google it real quick.
Let me bring in Tara Palmieri. I mean, Tara, this has been a very, I've tried to be fair with this war from the start. I always recognized Israel's right to defend itself. I felt it had a duty to defend itself. I think any other country in the world that was attacked in that way would have done something similar, certainly early on. It's the scale of what happened, particularly this year, to me became increasingly indefensible. When you start blockading and starving a civilian population in the way that Israel was doing, when you just carry on just relentless bombardment and destroying most of Gaza, when you're not achieving your aims of hostage release or defeating Hamas, none of this made any sense to me. And when you have people like Smodrich and Ben-Gvir on the Israeli government, openly talking about ethnic cleansing, kicking all the Palestinians out and taking the land, I began to feel that the mission creep was changing very, very fast. That's why I'm so thrilled that we got to where we did today, really, unexpectedly. But what is your overview about this war?
I agree with you. If there was nothing to hide, then why not let international journalists in? I mean, international journalists have covered every war. They're covering the war in Ukraine, Iraq, Afghanistan. They take risks, they die. But that is the way that people find out what is actually happening on the ground there. The fact that you couldn't get aid, the blockades, people traveling for miles, for days, for just like chickpeas. I interviewed a father in Gaza that was traveling for days for that. It's just so inhumane that it's hard to even remember the start of the war, why this even started, which was an incredible aggression, horrible act of Hamas, just attacking Israel brutally, stealing hostages and killing them. But then when you get into the atrocities against the Palestinian people and how many children have died, you've really lost the plot in so many ways. And then, there are some of these videos where you see Benjamin Netanyahu sort of like berating these creators that are pro Israel, and they're saying you really have to protect us more in the press. You have to be pushing our side more and more. You realize it's really become a propaganda game in a way. And Israel lost. I mean, the rest of the world is condemning them for war crimes, UN organizations saying it's a genocide. It's a wonderful day that the hostages have been returned. It's an amazing day. It's an amazing celebration. But I do think that, we can't look at Netanyahu as some sort of hero in all of this. No. We have to understand that this is a breaking point.
We could, I think. I mean, one of my biggest problems with the way, on both sides I've had this, right? So early on when I was defending Israel's right to defend itself, I had a lot of extremists on the Palestinian side saying I was a pro-Zionist monster and so on. And then this year, I've had the complete reverse, where I've had very extreme Zionists who have come for me in big numbers. And their tactic has been to brand any criticism of Netanyahu or his government, which some of whom are absolute headbangers like Ben-Gvir and Smodrich, that if you criticize them at all, you must be anti-Semitic. You must hate Jewish people.
As a Jew, I want to say that's foolish. Yeah. I don't correlate criticism with.
Okay, so just taking a look at the stats while the content was running in the background, I took a look at the reported stats. So Israel itself claims that they've killed August of 2024. They said that they killed 17,000, later reduced to 14,000 in October of 2024. They originally claimed 20,000. So I guess we could go with like the 14,000 number. Now, what Duby is saying is that this Israeli intelligence database has said that they have killed 9,000 named combatants. And then of these, about 7,330 were considered certain deaths, meaning that they had taken pictures or confirmed through biometric data that these were the people who did it. Now, the reason why I would still say that the truth, I generally speaking think that the truth is going to be in the middle. So between what was it? 10,000. So the reason why I was saying that I would still accept like the 14,000 to the 15,000 number is because that's named. And so within the fog of war, I'm sure that Israel has a very complex intelligence apparatus. I'm sure that they are able to say these 10,000 people are known members of Hamas. But within the complexity of their invasion of the area, I am sure that additional Gazans picked up weapons who were not previously members of Hamas, but who thought that they were defending the Gazan territory, and as a result, they got smoked too. So I would accept the estimate between 10,000 and 15,000. And what was the civilian to combatant ratio, Hue City. Determining a single civilian to combatant ratio for the Battle of Hue is difficult. Civilian deaths range from 844 to as many as 6,000. They estimate VC combat deaths at approximately 1,000 to 5,000. Arvin was between 500 and 216. Oh, was 700 between Arvin and the United States. So using figures like 3,000 shows a civilian to combatant ratio of approximately 0.55 to 1. And then using a high number is 1 to 1. And Hue City was some of the heaviest urban fighting in the Vietnam War. So I would say that modern urban combat using the tactics that I described, the way that the Americans use their infantry, I would say that it looks like Israel was casualty averse and used tactics that might not have reduced the civilian casualty rate as much as they could have. That's what I'd be willing to say. I'm not willing to say it's a genocide. I am not.
Anti-Semitism. I just want to make that very
No,
clear.
I know you would never do that, but I'm sure you've seen it, Emily. It's been a really insidious thing to have to experience, because I have never had anything but positive thoughts about Jewish people, about Israel. Actually, I love the country. I've been there, and the idea that you can't criticize a government. I made the point. I led the campaign against the Iraq War in the UK. I was running the Daily Mirror newspaper, which was a Labour supporting paper. I took on the Labour Prime Minister, Tony Blair. It didn't mean I hated the British people.
Tristan Clark says, does placement of IEDs in the building affect how people leadership will deal with said building? I.e., do they blow it up, leave it standing, or try to disarm it in your experience? It actually depends on the complexity. So as an example, during room clearing operations and breaching operations, depending on the suspected level of like an IED, people who breach and clear are trained to look for signs of tripwires. To look for signs of, simple IEDs that are, tripwire related. However, let's say that you enter an IED bomb making factory, and not only are there traps, but also there's like complex command detonated, radio detonated, and cell phone detonated explosives, and they're all in a tight area. And so what you would have to do is basically trust your cell phone and radio jammers to jam the IEDs, and then just hope that the bad guys don't hit the building with a rocket propelled grenade and kill all of your guys. You might just blow it up in place. Just as an example, I did have a friend who was EOD, explosive ordnance disposal, and he set off, and there was an IED factory that was just like filled to the brim with suicide vests and vehicle-borne IEDs. And instead of dismantling and disarming everything, they just blew it up in place. And they actually got in trouble for blowing up the IED factory. Iraq, U.S. forces blow up IED factory. He actually got in trouble. Yes, there are multiple instances of U.S. and coalition forces destroying IED factories. He would have done the one in 2008 in Nineveh. Maybe it was Nineveh, or maybe it was this one. But I think it was Nineveh. But they blew up this IED factory. I think this might have been the video that he showed me. And he showed me his version of the video. But they blew up the IED factory, and the explosion was so big, it shattered windows like fucking for like blocks in every direction. And not only did it shatter blocks in every direction, but they actually had to like ground air travel over the city for like a few hours because the dust cloud from the IED explosion was so fucking big. Psycho shit. So I took 10 minutes to answer your question, but the answer to your question is, yeah. How many booby traps, how many IEDs, how large they are, and how complex they are will 100% determine how leadership treats buildings. If it's filled with explosives and booby traps, they just might totally annihilate the building.
or that I hated my country. It just meant I hated what my government was doing in my name. So this kind of thing that you must be a Jew hater if you criticize Netanyahu, I found disgusting. Brandon, let me bring you in here. There's been an interesting split in Trump's support. The base, it seems to me, the MAGA base is increasingly anti-Israel. We see that.
Why do I like George Bush so much? Because as much as the invasion of Iraq was a blunder and a disaster, I never doubted whether or not he was a good human being trying to do his best with the position he was given. I very much doubt that George W. Bush went to Epstein Island. I actually very much doubt that George W. Bush ever cheated on his wife. And if he did, it was probably when he was substantively younger. I think George Bush actually loves and cares for his family. I think George W. Bush actually loves and cares for the United States of America. I think that if you look at the speeches that he gave immediately afterwards, it was pretty clear that he didn't vilify all Muslims as being responsible for the war on terror. And so I ultimately view George W. Bush as a flawed and fucked up a person who did fucked up things in reference to his policies, but I don't think he's a bad human being. I don't, Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld, in my opinion, knowingly did evil shit because they thought it would profit them individually and that also the greater good would be benefited. And so they excused evil shit. I think George W. Bush genuinely believed that he was doing the right thing.
With Tucker Carlson, with Candace Owens and others. Others are very much pro-Israel, but there's a real split there. What's that about?
Well, let me correct you on that. I don't think it's anti-Israel. A lot of it's anti-Semitic. I mean, people are losing their minds. And I almost had a stroke listening to the capitulation to the foolery in Gaza and Israel. Israel don't owe them anything. Why are we confused about this? They came over and they slaughtered all these people. They took people hostage. They don't owe them nothing. They could starve them to death if they wanted to. That's their
Holy shit, I hate this motherfucker. This is Officer Tatum, by the way. He's a guy who was a cop for a while. And then the way people say that, like, oh, you were a cop for 4 years and you bring it up all the time, therefore you use that as a position of authority with which to beat other people during political debates. No, motherfucker. I'm a history nerd who studied a shitload of history, and I studied a shitload of topics, and then I happen to be a cop, and I happen to be a Marine veteran, but I like politics and comment about politics. This is a cop who stumbled into a social media commentary career, but that is some of the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard. Oh, yeah, Hamas attacked Israel, therefore you could just starve 2 million people to death. Amazing fucking take, Officer Tatum, you dipshit. What a fucking dickhead. Let's make sure that I'm not tired and mischaracterizing him.
In Trump's support, the base, it seems to me, the MAGA base is increasingly anti-Israel. We see that with Tucker Carlson, with Candace Owens and others. Others are very much pro-Israel, but there's a real split there. What's that about?
Well, let me correct you on that. I don't think it's anti-Israel. A lot of it's anti-Semitic. I mean, people are losing their minds. And I almost had a stroke listening to the capitulation to the foolery in Gaza and Israel. Israel don't owe them anything. Why are we confused about this? They came over and they slaughtered all these people. They took people hostage. They don't owe them nothing. They could starve them to death if they wanted to. That's their decision, in my personal opinion, because they're reasonable. They send out leaflets and the lies about the media. They don't allow journalists in. Where do you see
more? Okay, so it's cool that Israel is doing what they're doing and reducing the amount of force that they're using. But according to Officer Tatum, they would have been morally justified in starving 2.2 million people. So no offense, Doobie, when you say that Israel is committing a genocide, I'm imagining this motherfucker in charge. Unironically, like when Israel's committing a genocide, when they're committing a new Holocaust, when they're doing this, that, the other, I'm imagining this motherfucker in charge, because this dude would have taken out the ROE. Not only would they have blown up the buildings, they would have blown up the buildings with the civilians inside them, and they wouldn't have given them the food, they wouldn't have given them water, they wouldn't have given them aid, they wouldn't have done anything. They just would have murdered 2 million people. So when I look at a casualty stat of 70K with, according to some Israeli reports, 15K militants dead, and then I also add in the fact that it's incredibly urban dense, And then I also add in the fact that, there's allegedly a rebuilding plan. I don't think that's the fucking Holocaust. I'm sorry. I just feel like it's the Holocaust is somewhere between what Israel did and what this motherfucker actually advocates for. I think this motherfucker actually advocates for what you're talking about.
Where's all this propaganda coming from?
They don't allow
I see videos of kids. I see buildings coming down. Where's all this coming from?
They don't allow it. Is, look,
well, listen, but
Brandon,
it's a real
Brandon, it is actually a fact they don't allow journalists in.
No, but
unless you are a friendly journalist embedded with the IDF, you're not allowed in.
It's inconsequential. Because
it's not though, is it? Because how do we know the truth?
I believe it's inconsequential. You know the truth. You see the propaganda coming out of Gaza. You see, and then journalists get killed and people are complaining.
Propaganda is not true.
And people complain.
I see propaganda on all sides, and in my experience of propaganda in war, the only way. What is the truth? No, but hang on, Brandon, find out. The only way, Brandon, the only way to counter propaganda.
JMac says militarily necessary, an intentionally vague, undefinable, and subjective standard that I'm sure which is not attainable, which is intentional. That's stupid as fuck, bro. That's stupid as fuck. What the fuck are you talking about? Militarily necessary. Necessity, law of war. Military necessity in the law of war permits only those actions necessary to defeat the enemy as quickly and efficiently as possible, but these actions cannot be otherwise prohibited by international humanitarian law. It serves as a legal justification for measures not forbidden by other laws, which are indispensable for gaining a military advantage, but it does not authorize unlimited actions or violation of IHL principles. So, is starving 2.2 million people to death militarily necessary to defeat Hamas? No. Is mass executing and throwing people like civilians into shallow graves, is that necessary, militarily necessary? Obviously not. So the fact that you're just like, oh, it's all subjective, it's all arbitrary, very dumb, very not 3,000 IQ, okay? JMac, very not 3,000 IQ comment.
From all sides in a war, because it comes from all sides, the only way is to allow independent journalists to do their jobs.
They don't do their job in America. So they lie every day in America. So I don't really care about that. At the end of the day, we will see now that the war is over.
Let's talk about people getting $7,000 a post.
Let me finish,
to lie. That's
young lady. Let me
here
finish. And I will give you a chance to speak. Let me finish, young lady, please.
Today's show is sponsored by
to death if they wanted to, but they didn't.
That would be a war crime.
They were you can say it's a war crime anyway. Who
well, no,
cares?
I'm not saying
they
it would be a war crime.
Innocent people in Israel.
Yeah, but Brandon, it would be a war crime.
You can say it doesn't matter. They killed all these people.
It does matter.
Hamas is embedding.
Brandon,
Hamas is embedding themselves. Hamas is embedding themselves in the population.
Yeah, Hamas are disgusting. Hamas are disgusting, and they commit endless war crimes.
But the idea what are you expecting to do, Piers?
Yeah, but
how do you fight a war?
I'm sorry,
when they're embedded in the people?
Sorry, but there are international rules relating to warfare, and if Israel breaks them, they are as culpable as Hamas or anybody else.
Commit war crime? Did Netanyahu commit war crimes trying to fight this war when you have Hamas embedded in?
I believe he may well have done. Yes, I do believe that.
What else is he going to do then? Not fight?
No, you can fight, but you have to abide by the rules of war.
Well, what are you going to do?
This is why we have the rules. Yeah, but Brandon,
nobody's answering his question.
This is why we had the Geneva. This is why we had the Geneva Convention set up after World War II.
What do you do then?
Brandon, after World War II. They set up a Geneva Convention because the world concluded that a lot of the stuff that went on in World War II simply crossed a line. And therefore, for future wars and conflicts, you had to have rules of engagement recognized by the international community. And if you don't have those, then anything goes and anyone can do anything. And you, I'm sure, would agree with me that way insanity lies, right? And total mayhem.
I agree, Piers, but I think that this was a unique situation where you're fighting an enemy that's embedded in with the people. They literally have headquarters at hospitals. They're having military weapons and doing all this stuff. Some of the journalists are terrorists. Some of the people are terrorists. They're not even fighting with uniforms on. How do we even know who's a combatant and who's not a combatant? When they release the results of how many people that died, they're not telling you how many people are combatant. When they say that there's children that died, the range of children is from 17 all the way down. How do we know how many 17-year-olds that they've recruited to fight on the side of Hamas? So it is ridiculous.
Wouldn't we actually find that out if we had journalists in there?
Exactly.
Wouldn't we actually
the journalists gonna have a birth certificate in their hand? Give me a break.
No, if we had journalists in there that were from every country, all over, you can have your dispute with American journalists. Obviously. You don't think they're independent?
Would be dead. They will be getting killed. They will be dead. They will be starving.
Brandon, let me just interject for a sec. I want to point something out I noticed after the ceasefire is that Before the ceasefire, if you looked at videos of Gaza, and Piers, plenty of them were coming out, not from journalists, from civilians in Gaza, you saw no men in uniform. It's almost like Hamas did not exist in Gaza. I actually thought Israel had gotten rid of them. Suddenly, after Israel withdrew its troops, every single man, actually, let me add, teenager and adult man suddenly has a machine gun and is in uniform. Excuse me, the woman in the red, I forgot your name. Actually, really respect your opinion.
Tara.
But I do believe that these Hamas militants, if you're a journalist in Gaza and they're dressed as regular innocent civilians, you don't know who's who. So what are they going to do? Okay, you look like a normal kid. You look like a normal kid. You could be Hamas, I'm not sure. They were literally, as Brandon's trying to say, embedding themselves in civilians, not just in their resources, in uniform as well.
Yeah, they obviously were doing all of those things. So let me bring in Nadine. Nadine, you and I have talked a lot during this war, often in some very contentious circumstances. But today, how do you feel? I mean, the war appears to have ended for now. Palestinians are returning to what remains of their homes. There appears to be a joyous feeling of at least the war is over and they can try and get back to their lives. They haven't been expelled, as many on the Israeli government would have liked to see. So do you give Trump any credit for this?
I mean, I sincerely hope that the war is over. Palestinians have been through enough, through starvation, famine, entire bloodlines wiped out, families that'll never be, the same again. And I just think these ceasefires aren't necessarily proof of peace. So far, they've just been pauses in the project of genocide and ethnic cleansing that began over 75 years ago with the Nakba and continues today. Under Trump, countless of Palestinians were killed. They were starved. They were displaced.
Tristan Clark says, I'm just going to ask it again, but what about when IEDs are planted in the building? Yeah, sometimes you blow it in place. That's what I said. I don't know how I didn't answer your question. I feel like I answered your question.
And the so-called ceasefire plan didn't even include Palestinians, negotiators at all in the construction of the plan. Instead, Palestinians were forced into submission through starvation, blockade, and these U.S.-administered Gaza humanitarian fund sites where people were rounded up and targeted by Islamophobic biker gangs. And now part of these deals demand the disarmament of Hamas, which is literally impossible, since most of the weapons that Hamas happens now were delivered by Israel itself in the form of unexploded ordinances and munitions dropped on Gaza. So it feels like, this is all just a setup to extract the hostages, which Hamas said early on in October 2023 that they were willing to release all of the civilian hostages in order to just continue killing people in Gaza. Just last night, another Palestinian was killed, was shot by Israel, and also proxy, militias that are being funded and protected by Israel in Gaza are also continuing to kill Palestinians, like the Palestinian journalist Saleh al-Jafrawi, who was murdered. And I think another thing that is important to mention here is that
he
Israel
was killed by Hamas. You're a compulsive liar.
$7,000. We get it. You get your pay.
Keep saying that. That's a long story. Do you have any proof? Do you have any proof?
Let me finish. Do you have any proof? Interrupting me. Not to mention that Israel systematically destroyed more hospitals, schools, water and sanitation systems,
Hamas headquarters,
and other essential infrastructure right before withdrawing from Gaza, leaving the
Hamas headquarters.
Okay, don't all talk at once. Nadine, let me ask you a question. Out of interest, what should Israel have done on October the 8th by way of responding to the worst terror attack of modern times?
What should Palestinians have done to respond?
That wasn't my question.
Constant killing,
that wasn't my question.
Blockade.
What should Israel have done?
Is she your lawyer? I'm not sure why she's continuously interrupting me. I know you get $7,000 to sit here and spew propaganda, but that's not going to work.
Nadine, aren't you a lawyer? Don't you know what defamation is? Do you have any proof that I have ever gotten one penny from Israel? No, if you're going to make an accusation, back it up with facts. Do you have one proof, one receipt that I received $1 from Israel, or just yapping at it to
his question right now? I know
Nadine, I think it's a fair. Hang on. It's a fair question, Nadine. You made an allegation against Emily that she's taken.
Guys, listen, I understand that you don't enjoy me getting one guide by Doobie as much, but you have to understand, like, I'm gonna fight the person that's giving me something to fight with in chat. It's like when you guys one guide me about, Bonnie Blue or whatever, it's like when we were talking about 1,000 people, what was it, 1,000 people banging Bonnie Blue in 24 hours. And I was like, that's gross. She should be institutionalized. And you guys were like, no, it's freedom. It's so based, lol. And I was like, no, it's gross. It's degenerate. She should be institutionalized. And you're like, no, Connor, I thought you were a liberal. It's like that, but it's with Doobie. And no offense, but I think like probably 70%, 80% of my chat, because we've been together for so long, you either agree with my tepid Zionist takes, where I think Israel can be criticized, but people who are calling it a genocide are overblowing it, or You disagree with me, but we've already had the argument a dozen times, so you don't care. Doobie, on the other hand, is quite passionate about his perspective, which is why I fight him and I get into one guys with him, which I don't mind. I think it's fine. Every now and then you're gonna have a motherfucker who jumps in your chat with whom you viciously disagree. It happens. It's part of the show. It's part of the entertainment. It's part of the allure. Part of the allure is disagreement.
Money to talk up for Israel. Do you have any proof of that?
Oh, we will do that. We will do Hurt Locker for sure. Right now, believe it or not, Friday, 1 p.m., we're doing Black Hawk Down. We're going to be doing it on Twitch, but don't worry. I'll be streaming on Friday. We'll do a React segment first. Then after the React segment, I will move over to Twitch. I'll tell you that I'm moving over to Twitch. Once we move over to Twitch, we'll react to Black Hawk Down. It'll be so fucking good. And I promise Hurt Locker will be on the list, because Hurt Locker was hailed as like one of the greatest war films of all time. But like the technical inaccuracies and the uniform inaccuracies were so bad that a lot of army dudes kind of freaked out and was like, this is the shittiest fucking movie I've ever seen. So I would love to talk to Dan Pace about that.
This is widely reported, and I would like to actually focus on the question that you talked about in regards to
I want to focus
Gaza.
on the allegation.
At the end of the day, I don't.
Well, just for the
need to
record, Emily, have you
entertain
accepted?
I have not seen that big in gaming.
Have you been paid, Emily, to talk up
Not
in
one
Israel's favor?
cent. Zero. Nothing.
Okay, so we've clarified that. Nadine, answer my question though. What should Israel, not the Palestinians, what should Israel have done after this appalling terror attack?
I think the only way that there can be peace in the Holy Land is through accountability and through justice, not through genocide. By committing this genocide, Israel hasn't.
No, but I'm talking about the
If
attempted
anything,
genocide that Hamas waged. So let's talk about that first, right? What should Israel have done following the mass murder of 1,200 of its people, the wounding and maiming of 7,000 more, and the kidnapping of over 250, including Holocaust survivors and babies? What should Israel have done? What would have been the proportionate correct response by Israel?
Oh, I think the proportionate correct response would have been actually exactly what I drew. Okay. So if they had done a Mosul-style counterinsurgency, anti-insurgent operation, if they had done exactly this, where infantry goes in first, and then if the insurgent successfully repels infantry, that's when you call in airstrikes and tanks, rather than just having infantry ambushing you from a building and you just blow up the fucking building. I think that's a much more moral way to conduct warfare. But one of the things that people pointed out to me that I think is a legitimate cultural difference is the United States has volunteer soldiers, volunteer infantry. And so not only can you volunteer for the military, in order to be an infantryman, you have to volunteer to be the tip of the spear. You have to volunteer to want to go into the building, check for booby traps, clear all these rooms, get up to this guy's, room, kick in his fucking door. And maybe the first one of you guys in the stack gets shot, but then you throw in a flashbang or a grenade, you blow up this fucking room, and then you kill this guy. You have to work as an American to have the privilege of killing the enemies of the United States. Whereas, because Israel is a hybridized volunteer, because you can volunteer to be infantry, right? You can volunteer to be tanks, you can volunteer to be a pilot, but realistically, everybody is conscripted. Israel apparently has a super low tolerance for casualties, especially conscripted casualties, because those are their neighbors. Those are their volunteers. Those are the people in a country of 330 million. If 10,000 Americans die, yeah, you're going to know one guy who's a part of your friend group who might have died, but it's not going to be this overwhelming, there's a dead guy on every block. Whereas when Israel is 6 million people strong, bear in mind, I live in a cosmopolitan area of 3 million. Orlando Metro is 3 million. So basically Israel is double the size of Orlando Metro. If there's a war and thousands of Israeli troops get killed, then it's going to have a substantively higher cultural impact than a random American soldier getting killed. So, something to consider for why Israel is not as casualty tolerant as the United States. Damn, dude. Stephen Epe, this segment, is he in studio? Does he have an in-studio segment? I mean, I'm still enjoying the Israeli-Palestine shit, but why is Pierce in studio, or why is Destiny in studio and he is sleeping while in studio?
Well, after that attack.
Negotiating a hostage exchange in return for the Palestinian hostages would have saved a lot of bloodshed on both sides. And let's not forget that Israel employed the Hannibal Directive on October 7th. Much of the damage that has been done could only have been carried out by Apache helicopters. And, you know,
all right, but do you think what Hamas did? Okay, but do you think what Hamas did on October the 7th was justified?
You constantly ask me this question every time I come on.
Yeah, because it should be like an easy no. That's why.
Your show as some sort of gotcha. You know, I think that repression and oppression breeds resistance. I'm not living at the opposite end of a barrel of an Israeli gun. I'm not having my home destroyed to rubble. So I'm not going to tell people that have constantly faced this prior to October 7, 2023, that, you know, resisting it is wrong or how they resisted is wrong. That's not my place.
A terror attack is not resistance. It's a terror attack.
Piers, this is clear. This young lady is a proper.
No, descriptively, terrorism is resistance, but she just refused to disavow terrorism and the sexual assaults of October 7th. Okay, cool. The probably number one Hassan fan. Awesome. Thank you, random Muslim lady. I love when Muslims. Okay, maybe I'm being a little bigoted here, but I love when Muslims are like, you're Islamophobic, meaning that you're irrationally afraid of Muslims. And then they're like, hey, do you condemn terrorism? And they're like, lol, no. Like, that's the craziest thing ever.
How should Israel respond? She does not have common sense. I'm asking you, Piers, now. Yeah. How should Palestinians respond to 75 years of displacement? For over 20 years,
75 years of
the blockade
displacement.
It's not just a few months. Okay, it's funny. You're such a hypocrite. You're talking about me interrupting you, and now you're constantly interrupting me. Piers,
okay, because it's getting crazy what you're saying.
To constant incursions on Gaza, to the destruction of refugee camps in the West Bank, to the denial of the right of return, to countless war crimes. How should Palestinians respond to that?
Well, my answer is that committing a terrorist attack of that magnitude is never, ever resistance or defensible.
Okay, so what's the answer? So how should they resist?
Well, no,
you're just saying what they.
If either the Hodge twins became cops, believe it or not, the Hodge twins are both Marine veterans, which, like, I'll take that L. And it makes a lot of sense. The Hodge twins are fucking meatheads, bro. I bet they had awesome PFT scores. But I bet they're dumb as rocks. I bet they were motor transport. I bet they were fucking motor T.
I'm making the point that an act of terrorism is never the correct response, ever. Gold is up by more than 40% in value.
That's not good. Gold being up by 40% is not good, guys. But anyways.
So what's
Brandon,
the correct response?
Let me bring Brandon in here. Brandon.
Okay, you can't answer the question that you tried to ask me.
I want everybody to get a chance. This young lady is clearly a propagandist. She will not deny or will not say that Hamas is a terrorist organization and they killed innocent people. And then she wants Hamas to be fighting and killing innocent people. And then when Israel come back and whoop their socks off, she act like it's a genocide. They haven't been committing a genocide. I don't know what world you live in or any other person that's living in that think this is a genocide. You don't feed people in a genocide. You don't provide AIDS in a genocide. The population doesn't grow during a genocide. 75 years, the population is grown. What are you saying? Are you guys smoking or what? 75 years, the population.
Bro, this is like arguing with your like drunk cop uncle at Thanksgiving. I really wish I had like a drunk uncle. Dude, if I was a drunk uncle vibe, I think I'd be a fucking billionaire. If I was like, yeah, you know what? Them dirty Muslims across the way, they don't believe in Jesus. Like I think I would kick so much ass in the conservative circuit. Dude, if I was just, oh man, somebody come to my house to fucking lobotomize me so I can become a popular conservative pundit. I would actually need to lose about like 40 IQ points in order to do that.
Grown. That's not a genocide.
That's not what the definition of genocide. Could you even define genocide? You clearly can't even define genocide.
I'll tell you what.
Name another genocide.
Let me just say something. The reality, and I've learned this by talking to genocide scholars.
You're doing the genocide equals they kill everyone thing? Yeah. Side means kill. Geno means people. Genocide definition. I'm not going to use the US. Well, and by the way, Boner Box of all people, he schooled me on genocide. Genocide is the deliberate and systemic destruction of a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group in whole or in part. It involves specific acts with the intent to eliminate a group, such as killing, causing serious harm, or imposing conditions that lead to physical destruction. This definition, established by the 1948 UN Convention, is a central concept in international law. So weirdly enough, Doobie, one of the things that I didn't know was imposing conditions that lead to destruction. I don't think they said physical destruction in the UN definition. So I kind of included like cultural genocide. And I think I also, they say like bring about the conditions which lead to the destruction of a people or something like that. And I was kind of including like making people uncomfortable, or, you know, like for instance, like the Gazan open air prison meme. Like I would consider that like genocidal. But what Lonerbox pointed out, which I thought was interesting, is that when you go into the UN subcategories, they have subcategories of themselves. And specifically, when it came to imposing conditions that leads to physical destruction, I don't think physical was in there, but he was saying specifically eliminating food, water, and shelter with the intent that you will kill those people. That was part of the genocide definition. So I think that if, like I said, with they were saying like starvation conditions are setting in, you know, Israel has been blockading food, et cetera, et cetera. If I saw a spike of like, you know, 50,000 or 100,000 dead due to starvation, then I would 100% be like, oh shit, Israel's committing a genocide. But when I see, no offense, this is going to be very rude and super Islamophobic and super shitty, but I'm going to say it. When I see the Gazans returning to their homes and there's like fat fucking Gazans, and I'm not talking about like one, I'm talking about like in a video of thousands of people walking down the street, everybody looks to be approximately a normal weight, and then there's half a dozen to a dozen people who are fat. What the fuck am I supposed to do with that? Like, am I just supposed to ignore my eyeballs? Because last time I checked, you know, starving people, starving people. Last time I checked with starving people, they have like distended bellies. They you can see their skeleton, right? Like these are people starving in Africa, right? This is what I'm expecting to see when you say starvation conditions are setting in Gaza, and it's going to lead to mass death. That's what I'm expecting to see. And so Gazans returning to their homes. Like, I hate to say it. I'm really not trying to be a fucking douche. This person looks normal weight. 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 This person looks maybe even overweight. This person looks overweight. This person looks normal weight. Normal weight, normal weight, normal weight, maybe even a little bit heavy, normal weight. So that I'm really not trying to be a piece of shit. I'm really not. But the few times that I've seen skeletal Gazans, the few times that I've seen pictures or videos, almost every single time it's been, this kid has a medical condition. He cannot eat food himself. They've run out of the IVs and the supplies that allow them to sustain that person's life. And that kid is dying without dire medical assistance. Every time that I've seen like a skeletal Gazan, it's been that medical situation. And by the way, I think that person should be medically evacuated. I think that person should be evacuated to a different situation where they continue to live. But I'm not saying that people haven't been hungry. I'm sure there's plenty of people who are hungry in Gaza who have been reliant on Israeli distribution of food in order to survive. But if you're going to tell me that it is a genocide akin to the Holocaust, then you're going to have to show me videos or pictures of that. Otherwise, I just think you're a propagandist. Anyways.
Is that no country or state has ever been found guilty of waging a genocide. I was surprised by that. I didn't know that. The bar for a genocide is extremely high. And that's why, so far, no country has ever been found guilty or convicted of committing or waging a genocide. I didn't know that before this war broke out, but I do know that now. So the bar is very, very high for even in Rwanda, they did not in the end classify that as a genocide. We might have a view that that's wrong, but my view of what's happened in Israel is that if you believe people like Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, they were operating on a basis of ethnic cleansing, seizing the opportunity created by this appalling attack to actually expel Palestinians, kick them out of their homes and take their land. That's ethnic cleansing, but I wouldn't categorize that as a genocide, which is how many people have tried to make me call it. But that's my explanation. Let me bring Destiny back. You've been waiting, I've got to say, unusually patiently, Destiny, which I appreciate. Look.
Even Piers notices. He's like, "Damn, Destiny, you've been quiet as hell today." Nice. Billy Koo says, convincing the Arab nations that Iran is a bigger threat than Israel and marginalizing Iran. That was what the Abraham Accords were about, and it worked. BB can take credit. It was Trump. Can't take credit. It was Trump. Cope. Okay, dude. Listen, man. I hate Trump, but whenever I hear Jared Kushner talk, which by the way, if anybody wants to come back at me and say Jared Kushner is making infinitely more money than Hunter Biden, and therefore the corruption that I complain about in reference to Hillary Clinton and Hunter Biden, Jared Kushner is infinitely more guilty of, I genuinely agree with that statement as a fact. Jared Kushner got involved with the State Department, and then he immediately used all the connections that he got from the State Department to personally profit to the tunes of tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. His family, his branch of the Trump clan might become independently, they might become billionaires through Jared Kushner's interactions with the State Department and his interactions with the Saudi Arabian Sovereign Wealth Fund. However, whenever I hear Jared Kushner talk about diplomacy and win-win-win situations, it's actually very difficult for me to find criticisms with what he's saying. Like Jared Kushner describing the Abraham Accords and how he negotiated it, and Jared Kushner talking about the Gaza deal, I actually find it difficult to find things to criticize. Jared Kushner seems like a smart cookie.
What people are talking about now is the future, whether there can be lasting peace. If it turns out this is the catalyst for lasting peace, and a lot of that may come down to the Arab and Muslim countries here, who seem to be very actively involved in trying to get a lasting peace through this, how much credit would you give Donald Trump? Should he get the Nobel Peace Prize next year? Many thought he deserved it this year. It is unusual to have a Republican American president who wants to forge peace, not war. But he talks about peace all the time. He's trying to find it in Ukraine. He seems to have found it in the Middle East. I'm not sure what else he has to do, given that Barack Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize 8 months into his tenure in his first presidency for basically making a couple of fancy speeches. But it seems people don't want to give him the Nobel Peace Prize because he's Donald Trump.
Yeah, I don't think Donald
Yeah, well, fuck him. Fuck him.
Trump has an interest in peace. He just wants to get rid of problems and move on to the next thing. Again, we already had peace in the Middle East with the Abraham Accords, and we saw where that led. Now we've got whatever the ceasefire is, the 20-point plan, I think is kind of a joke. He came...
Okay, I hope it's not a joke, right? The 20-point plan is actually effectively a Marshall Plan for Gaza, and I'm perfectly fine with that. If there's an international security force created by countries that wish to see justice in Gaza, they secure the territory and they rebuild Gaza along the 20-point plan, I would actually be ecstatic. Unironically, nation building Gaza under an international security force would be my political plan. So I understand Destiny's cynical. I'm cynical about it to some degree. I think that Israel's going to fuck it up. I think that Hamas is going to fuck it up. But the fact that they were willing to forward this plan and then return all the hostages, because I think all the hostages and all the known hostage remains are home. I don't think they kept any. And so if I'm cynical about whether or not the plan's actually going to succeed, if the plan was actually executed with full enthusiasm, I would be ecstatic.
Saying that he was going to figure out all these issues on day one. He hasn't. He let Israel wage basically maximum.
Tristan says, forgive my impatience, my lord. No problem.
the war they wanted to wage. They were able to eliminate essentially every enemy, all the top brass in Hamas, like twice. They bombed Qatar. They got the United States to bomb Iran. They, Syrian regime, Bashar al-Assad, his regime collapsed. They killed Nasrallah. They got, rid of Hezbollah. The idea that Trump has come in and brokered peace after Israel has essentially eliminated all enemies, and then the peace that was brokered is this insanely one-sided favorable deal to the Israelis. I mean, I feel like they're just setting themselves up for some other terrorist attack in the future, and then we're all going to be scratching our heads, looking around like, I can't believe this is happening again.
Tara,
Destiny, you won. You have Trump derangement syndrome. Congratulations. You win this pin.
That's cute. People are like, what, you can't admit that Trump did something good? And I'm like, no, I can admit he did something good. Will you admit that he's a fucking pedophile? And they're like, no, he's not a pedophile. He's not a pedophile. The evidence against him is super loose. Dude, imagine that Joe Biden or imagine that Barack Obama had 40 underage prostitutes who wrote sworn written statements about your best friend's sex trafficking. Imagine that happened to Barack Obama or Joe Biden. Imagine that one or two of those underage prostitutes, aged 13 to 17, somebody always corrects me to mention the 13-year-old. Imagine that 2 or 3 of those underage prostitutes, aged 13 to 17, said that they specifically had sex and were forcibly raped by you. Imagine that the federal government kept that case closed because it was so politically sensitive they could not release the case details because it implicates so many wealthy and powerful people. And imagine this was all known and not freaking the fuck out about it. The fact that this lady has the fucking balls to say TDS, I'm happy that Piers Morgan didn't invite me onto the show because I would be like, you have Trump dick-sucking syndrome, you dumb whore. He's a fucking pedophile. Why are you sweeping for him? He's a fucking piece of shit. And just because he negotiated the release of the hostages, I'm going to give credit to Jared Kushner. Fuck Donald Trump, and I hope he fucking chokes on a horse cock and dies. That would be my response to this lady waving a fucking a bow at me with Donald Trump's fucking hairpiece on it. Jesus Christ.
Destiny's here prepared to talk about it. I mean, the people...
You know what? Nadine is right. $7,000. I see it now. There's the... Is that a monthly payment or a yearly payment?
Honestly, I wish I got it. I really, really wish I did. If someone else is making it, I would love the directions of how I can get the money too. But thus far, I haven't been offered, nor have I received. But thank you again for a baseless accusation.
Okay,
to be clear, you just basically accused me of having Trump derangement syndrome. I think my criticism is pretty pointed. There is no concrete plan for what this is going to look like afterwards. Israel got to end the war. They got to eliminate all enemies. They're getting to do damage to the infrastructure of
By
the
the way,
West.
they didn't. Hamas is everywhere, all over Gaza, flaunting how they've won this.
What has Israel been
war.
doing for 2 years? They're still everywhere. How many more places do they need to bomb?
Do you see the videos coming out of Gaza that Hamas is cheering and parading?
Well, I don't know how much more time you need. I don't know how many more bombs you have to drop. Like, I mean, at some point, your war is over. Like, you figured it out. Like, you can't.
At some point, Hamas needs to surrender and demilitarize. Did you ever think about that?
Oh, well, a complete surrender, demilitarized would have been a good thing for Trump to arrange more than, a year into his presidency. So that's why I don't give him any credit for it.
All right, Tara, let me bring you in here because you're probably, I would say, the neutral member of the panel.
All right, quick shill. You guys have been abundantly kind, so I'm not complaining at all. You guys have truly been phenomenally supportive, and I parasocially love you for it. Like the stream. It's free. It lets other people know that we're live. Engage with chat. We have plenty of funny, brilliant people in here. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. Parasocially love you. Thanks for hanging out.
Panel in many ways. It does seem there is a double standard about Trump. Nobel Peace Prize, credit for forging peace. I mean, do you think there is a double standard?
I do think, like you said, noted that President Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize in 8 months. It's probably more of a symbol in a lot of ways than what it actually represents. Will this actually lead to peace? I think he should apply again because the application date was around January when he was not even inaugurated. How could he be, how could he put his name forward before he's even president yet? And even in this case, it's a little early days. I think we need to see if there is
All Quiet on the Western Front. Yeah. That looks like super psychologically fucked up. Like there's an element of war tourism for a lot of people, including me, where you get to shoot machine guns and you get to shoot automatic grenade launchers and you get to go to boot camp and you get to meet your boys and you get to get drunk and you get to travel the world and you get to hang out with young women and you get to do there's a certain element of like modern, especially in the war on terror, like military adventurism. Whereas I think in World War I, it is like World War I was like the antithesis of war adventurism. Like everybody thought that it was going to be exciting and they were going to have virtues and they were going to, they temper themselves in the cauldrons of war because they were raised with all this like 19th century and medieval war propaganda that didn't mention all the horrors of war. And then World War I was a fairly unique combination of the idealization of war, nationalism, and patriotism and the horrors of industrial slaughter. And so World War I was like the quintessential, like, I don't know how people, I'm a little PTSD or whatever from my law enforcement service and from my military service, just a little bit of a few psychological quirks. We'll put it that way. I don't know how a World War I veteran who started fighting in 1911 and who survived through 1914, I don't know how they're not the most like psychologically fucked up generation of human beings to ever exist on the planet. And I think to some degree they probably were. I think the World War I generation was probably the most psychologically fucked up generation in human history.
Actual peace. I mean, next week, this could all be broken. As we've said, Hamas has yet to give up its arms. Gaza is still occupied by Israel.
Yeah, there are lots of unanswered
really
questions, but I do find it extraordinary that Bernie Sanders, for example, so vocal about Trump, right? Last week, in the last 7 days, 16 anti-Trump posts on his X account. He hasn't mentioned the Middle East at all. Bernie Sanders, a man who ran for president, hugely big figure in the United States political arena, hasn't mentioned this on his feed. All he's done is relentless Trump bashing about other stuff. And I'm like, it's so transparent that, you talk about Trump derangement syndrome. How does that manifest itself? If you are a senior politician in the United States and you can't find it in yourself, even Hillary Clinton gave Trump credit for this because she knows how difficult it is to.
Good Grief Griff says, it doesn't matter what they did, the numbers would have been still overblown and every teenage soldier would be counted as a Palestinian infant and we would be where we're at now. Sure. I think there's substantive propaganda, but but I try to, as biased and flawed and arsled as I am, I try to tell you guys what I genuinely believe.
Get to this place. Yeah. I just think to Bernie Sanders, I asked him directly, what's stopping you saying something, anything? You're very vocal all day long about Trump. And the reason is he doesn't want to say anything positive about Trump. So he'd rather not talk about this incredibly historic moment in the Middle East, which is, an example of just how unhinged a lot of Trump's opponents become.
Well, this is all political theater at the backdrop.
Well, let Tara respond.
Hold on. So hold on. Doobie said something that I think is weird, which I just don't agree with, and I don't think it's particularly smart. So I'm gonna draw what I believe. Okay. So I think there's 2 billion Muslims in the Muslim world. Let's take a look at how many Muslims there are. Because what are we at? Like 7 or 8 billion worldwide people, and I think Muslims are like 2 or 3 billion. How many Muslims are there in the world? Approximately 2 billion Muslims. How many people are there in the world? 8 billion. Damn. We're probably going to stabilize around 10, which is pretty sweet. But let's go ahead and say that there is 8 billion Muslims. 2 billion Muslims. So 1,000 million billion. Okay. Now, let's say that there is Islamists, people who believe in Islamic theocracy. And by the way, let's just go ahead and pull up a Pew Research poll. Okay, let's pull up a Pew Research poll. Let's not bullshit. Let's get some actually good data. So, how many Muslims support theocracy? I could do Sharia law. Pew Research, but theocracy I think is more specific. Religion, politics, and society. Percent of who favor making Sharia the official law of their country. Russia is 40%, Kosovo is 20, Bosnia is 15, Albania is 12, 35, 27, 12, 10, 8, 86, 77, 99, 84, 91, 89. So, dude, this is like, oh my God, man. Seriously, like when you're talking about Muslim majority countries, it's between 30 and 90%. So let's just call it like 50, because I'm pretty sure in Southeastern Europe, Central Asia was like atheisted by the Soviet Union. And then I'm pretty sure in South Asia, Malaysia, they're at like 86%. And these are like the moderates, bro. So let's just put it at 50%, bro. And by the way, I feel like I'm being generous with my 50%. So, because you look at Muslim majority nations, and Muslim majority nations appear to want to live in a semi-theocratic society. So 1 billion are 1 billion are Islamist, meaning that they think that they're effectively like Christian nationalists, except for Islam. Okay, half of Muslims are the equivalent of Christian nationalists. Then, Pew Research, suicide bombing, Islam. So, view of extremist groups and suicide bombing. That stuff is concerning. Hamas is concerning, but I want specifically suicide bombing because I think it's like the most extreme thing that you can do. So let's say often or sometimes is what we care about, because effectively what you're saying is you think suicide bombing, which is one of like suicide bombings can be justified. Suicide bombings are a civilian strapping a bomb to their chest and then blowing up other civilians. Okay. So we got the Palestinian territories, which is 70%. We got Lebanon, which is 35%. We got Egypt, which is 28%. We got Israel, which is 20%. We got Jordan, which is 13%. We got Indonesia, which is 10%. We got Turkey, which is 7%. And we got Pakistan, which is 4%. Okay, so that's 187. And we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We did 8 countries. So on average, across 8 nations, a quarter of Muslims say that suicide bombing can be often or sometimes justified. That's fucking psychotic. Okay, so let's take 2 billion and multiply it by 23%. 2,000 million billion multiplied by 23. 460 million. Okay, 460 million Muslims believe that civilian, like terrorism, can be justified. 460 million people. All right. And then let's just say that only 1% of the population actually participates in jihadist activity. So 2 billion, 1,000 million, billion multiplied by 0.01%. Okay. 20 million. Dude, this is where like doobies like, oh, it has nothing to do with Islam and it's just a geopolitical struggle. It's like, nah, I'm good. I'm good on this logic. You know, I just think you're descriptively incorrect. 20 million. So let's say 20 million. So I'm just going to write it. Total Muslim population. Support Islamism / theocracy. Support jihadism. Would participate in jihadism in the right circumstance. And here's the thing, man. Even if you want to fight me on the 1% of like either active jihadists or would-be jihadists in the right circumstances, even if you want to fight me on this number, you want to say it's 0.01%. The evidence that I would share with you in order to support that like 20 million people would participate in jihadism if given the opportunity is the entire Middle East and North Africa. It's just like all of the fucking violence of the past 2 or 3 decades. You know who's being killed by jihadism? It's barely Christians. It's barely atheists. It's barely Westerners. Do you know who jihadists often kill? They kill normie fucking Muslims. That's who they kill the most. Jihadist pop stats. So, sorry, Doobie, you're wrong. And when I'm talking about the total Muslim population, I'm not referring to the billion people who do not support theocracy. I don't give a fuck, right? I think they're totally normal, totally chill. I'd be their friend. I'd hang out with them. I'd go to Eid Mubarak. I'd fucking eat with them. I'd laugh with them. I'd hang out with them. I would be their friends. Half of the Muslim population of the world, I would be friends with at the drop of a fucking hat. And you know what? Half of the Muslim population, the 1 billion people who support Islamism or theocracy, I would try to just, talk to them, be their friends, be chill, whatever. And then we would just have this like super pointed disagreement about politics. And then 460 million, a quarter of Muslims, I would have a really visceral political disagreement with them. I would say, how the fuck can you support the intentional targeting and slaughter of civilians using suicide bombing? What the fuck is wrong with you? And I would have a really passionate conversation with them. And then let's say that it's between 2 million and 20 million. Let's say I'm wrong. It's not even 1% of the Muslim population would be jihadists in the right circumstance. Let's say it's 0.01%, okay, or 0.1%. Between 2 million and between 200,000, 2 million, or 20 million jihadists, if it came down to a war, I would fight them and kill them as necessary. So you saying that like jihadism, it has nothing to do with Islam. I just think you're looking at the world the way you want it to be, not the world as it is. I like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for hanging out.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think it's the fact that it feeds President.
And by the way, this chick right here, when Piers Morgan is like, hey, do you contempt terrorism? And she was like, nah. She's like, nah, lol. I don't criticize people who are resisting their own oppression. She's the 23%. So in this panel of people with a westernized woman, the westernized woman is part of the 23% who supports jihadism. Hassan Piker, one of the most popular media pundits in alternative media and political commentary, somebody who has broken into the mainstream multiple times, he's part of the 23%. Yeah, so fuck him.
And Trump's ego, they find him detestable. The fact that he needs these plaudits and awards, they don't like him as a person. It's political, obviously. But yeah, this is a big deal. He got Benjamin Netanyahu in the Oval Office to apologize to Qatar.
Huge.
He created a relationship with the Israeli prime minister that no other president has in decades. And he was able to almost strong arm this moment that we got to right now. And yes, he deserves credit for it. But the whole question is, does it hold up? And that's why this year-long evaluation for his Nobel Peace Prize makes the most sense. He probably hates that he has to wait for it. But I think it will show if this holds up. And I think...
Is that my internet or their internet?
We slightly lost you there, Tori. Sorry, we lost you for a couple of seconds there.
On this issue, and that there.
Sorry, just repeat your last point because you were frozen.
Oh yeah, I'll just finish on this last point if I have. Yeah, my last point is that I hope that this period of time that it will take for them to decide if he deserves the Nobel Peace Prize will keep him fixed on the Middle East and will not just be something he can check off and say I did this. That it will make sure that there's actual follow through on this 20-point plan.
Yeah, Brandon, do you feel there's a double standard when it comes to giving Trump credit for this kind of thing?
Oh, 1,000%. I mean, I think Trump derangement is the real thing. I think these people, like for me, if there was a Democrat that negotiated this, I don't care how much I don't like these Democrats. I'd be like, this is great, man. That's a win. If Barack Obama does something good, that was great. I like when he do things well. It's our country. So I'm hoping that he gets victories. But you look at it. Look at what happened, Piers. You see people that Trump has negotiated.
Why wouldn't I use the UN definition? Because I'm pretty sure I would have to talk to Loanerbox about it. UN definition of genocide. Acts committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. These include killing members, okay, which we agree, causing serious bodily or mentally harm, okay, deliberately inflicting conditions of life to destroy the group, that is food and water deprivation, imposing measures to prevent births, that hasn't happened, forcible transferring of children to the group, that hasn't happened. So for me, the deliberately inflicting conditions of life to destroy the group and causing serious bodily or mentally harm, I would need to talk to Loanerbox about it, because I think that in the segment that I watched, he was like, oh yeah, I researched all the necessary preconditions of these sub definitions. He was saying that if you have a lay definition of these definitions, you actually don't understand the fucking thing. Like you don't understand what these words mean, because imposing, inflicting conditions of life to destroy the group, as a lay person, I would say destroying 80% of the fucking buildings would fall under this definition, right? That's what I would say as a lay person. But I think that, and Loanerbox, I should probably just talk to him, but I think that Loanerbox said that these have specific subcategories that talk about food and water. And so it's not just shelter. It's not just building damage. It's not just making somebody uncomfortable or cutting off their electricity. It's like cutting off food and water with the intent to kill them. And then I think they also talk about like mens rea or some other legal term or whatever. There has to be like an intentionality aspect to it. And so that's something that Stephen argued with Norm Finkelstein. That was one of his arguments, is that there's some specific, I don't think it's mens rea, I think it's another term, but there's some specific like intentionality where you have to intend for your actions to be genocide in order for it to be genocide.
Piece, the ones who claim it was a genocide and their babies are dying, he's gotten it to stop, and they won't even celebrate that because they hate him so much. This should be a celebration, at least in part. Donald Trump is not God. And to be honest, the only threat of this backfiring is from the Palestinians and from Hamas. It's not like Israel's going to go back on it. They're going to do another terrorist attack, is the fear. But, you know, I hope that it works. And we should all be cheering for it to work. We should all be giving input on, you know, what's the next step here? Because Trump can't control everything. But
no, I agree. And also, Emily, I mean, I just feel that it gives you much more credibility, whoever you are, if you're prepared to just look at the big picture and give your opponent credit where they deserve it. It just gives you more credibility. You know, I think one of the problems of social media, it's got so tribal and so toxic that even when a new fact comes out about your side, which is obviously very damning or wrong, people will try and pretend it isn't because they think that that shows weakness. When in fact, to actually criticize your own side from time to time or to credit the other side is a good thing for democracy.
Yeah, Doobie made a statement that I don't disagree with. Typically, the people impacted by starvation first are the most vulnerable. I agree.
And I wish we could get back to a place where we could all do that quite freely. I criticize Trump quite regularly, but I praise him quite regularly. I think really that's the right. I was the same with Obama. I just think that is the way. That is the way.
Fat shaming Gazans. Jesus Christ. If I was a drama streamer, that would be the title.
Way a proper democracy works, right? But when people are so intransigent about giving any credit to someone like Donald Trump, whatever he does, I just think to me, they lose credibility.
I mean, I think you can give credit. Just give credit where credit is due. There's been like 6 Israel-Gaza wars. 2008, 2014, Cast-led and Protective Edge. These were huge, wars that had ceasefires after them. The conflict has been never-ending. Well, basically since the inception of the state of Israel between Israel and.
But we've never had this number, Destiny, of Arab and Muslim countries come together. Right. To team up in this way.
But they haven't come together to team up. The letter that was written, the unifying.
Yeah. Conservative liberalism, I agree with this. So conservative liberalism says this is why Israel should allow in international journalists in order to document what's going on. So we're not reliant on social media posts in order to make evidentiary analysis. I agree with you. I agree with you. I wish that. So I wouldn't trust an individual journalist to tell me what was going on inside Gaza. What I would trust is a body of journalists reporting similar facts. And that's one of the things about the Associated Press. Sometimes the Associated Press gets called out as like a left-wing rag. But as far as I know, that's not what the Associated Press is. The Associated Press is a news aggregation website where journalists with journalistic credentials can submit their stories, and they're placed in like a master archive. And then based off of popularity, the certain news stories get pushed. But like, as far as I know, Associated Press is actually not it's not like a news organization with a bias similar to Fox or similar to MSNBC or even arguably similar to CNN. As far as I know, Associated Press, technically anybody with press credentials can submit a story to Associated Press. And so I would trust a general consensus emanated from the Associated Press over almost any other source of information.
Letter. All of it was, we hope that they, abide by international law.
Well, no, they endorsed the Trump plan, though.
The words that they're using are saying, we hope that something actually comes from this is like all the plans that Trump had, all the trade deals.
Well, I thought
the United States has no trade deals. There is no lasting peace right now between Israel and Gaza. This is like the framework of
Well,
one.
actually, America does have a lot of new trade deals
We
with
have
countries.
none.
Well, actually, it has a lot that
Zero.
it's signed. No, that's not true.
It's true. It's
not
zero.
true.
It's absolutely true.
Well, the UK, you're sitting in the United Kingdom. We have a trade deal.
You do not have a trade deal.
Yes, we do.
No, there is no trade deal. These things are not one page signed and posted on Twitter. They're extensive things that encompass entire markets and tons of writing for it. Like, there's no trade deal.
We have agreed a 10% tariff on UK products to the United States. That is a trade deal.
That's not a trade deal. That's
What
an
is
entry
it?
on an Excel spreadsheet. A trade deal is a comprehensive market encompassing thing that actually dictates terms that you can rely on for, decades to come. It's not a thing.
Connor says, I think it's hypocritical that you like Jared and hate Hunter. Well, have Hunter Biden negotiate the normalization of international relations between tens of millions of people, and maybe I'll forgive Hunter Biden some of his sins. I'll forgive Hunter Biden's sins when he actually, like if Hunter Biden did what Jared Kushner did. Let's say that Hunter Biden went into Ukraine and he negotiated on behalf of Burisma, which was corrupt. But then he actually negotiated the minerals and natural oil and gas deal that then got Russia, the United States, and Ukraine on the same page, either ending or preventing a war. Then at that point, I'll give Hunter Biden more latitude with the crack cocaine smoking, the meth, the felony gun possession, the tax evasion, the money laundering. Yeah, sure. I'll give Hunter more of a pass when he saves, potentially tens of millions of lives through diplomatic negotiations.
That can change on a whim.
But do you dispute that Trump has managed to negotiate a series of deals with countries which are, in terms of tariffs, more advantageous now to America than they were in January?
No, our prices on everything are going up.
That wasn't my question.
No, they're not advantageous. They're hurting the economy in every measurable way. Inflation is up. The amount of taxes now.
Why are stock markets at record highs?
Because the stock market always goes up. It was under record highs under Obama. Of course it does. Every presidency.
When he launched his global tariff war, the stock market collapsed.
In the long term.
Now, having been promised Armageddon within 6 months, we've got to the point of 6 months, and the stock markets are higher than they were before he launched the tariff.
It's not as high as it should be, but the stock market will tend upwards. That's how the stock market works.
Yeah, but this
Doobie has an interesting take. I hate Jared Kushner because he seems like a creepy sociopath. I hate Hunter Biden because he managed to be a fail son, even with all the advantages he was born with. I will just smirk and grimace and shake my head.
The thing, it takes time. Like Donald Trump is making an effort to do this, and it takes time to come to fruition. I hope that you will be cheering for it to come to fruition, and that Donald Trump is going to realize some of these things that he's put into place. Some of these negotiations will go through in a better way. Don't you wish that, Destiny? I think we all want that, right?
I don't know what anybody wants. We're talking about giving the Nobel Peace Prize, hopefully, to a guy who is declaring war on his own cities. I mean, I don't know what the actual goal is for anything.
True. Get him, Destiny.
Ridiculous that is.
I do. I agree. It is ridiculous. I'm glad we can agree on that. For him saying he's going to war with Chicago.
You know what's interesting? I was watching Don Lemon. I was watching the citizen journalist Don Lemon out with his microphone, and he was talking to people in various cities about putting the National Guard on the streets. And you know what they all said, to his astonishment? They were all in favor of it.
I would be too if my city was overrun by crime and gangs and shootings and stabbings and murders.
If you feel the police is under-resourced and ineffective and is not protecting you, then I think people actually have rather liked the visibility of members of the National Guard on the streets. And people can call it the militarization, the creeping fascism, all these things, or they could actually ask the people that live in those places, how do you feel about having some National Guard people on the streets? They actually feel comforted by the visibility of National Guard on their streets. So maybe.
Okay. Do I need to explain that? I guess I should. I guess I'm technically a commentator. Cheering on security forces participating in high crime areas is not my problem. My problem is federal military forces being used for domestic law enforcement because that's how republics die. When military forces are used as law enforcement and they start viewing the civilian population of their own country as potential enemies, that is how republics die. So if you want to increase law enforcement presence or security force presence within rough communities, I'm all fucking for it. Don't use federal troops and don't use federalized National Guard, because the safeguarding of the republic is more important than any random shitty city with a high crime rate. Okay?
The only people who don't like law enforcement are criminals. That's the reality.
Right.
The
Piers,
military
these are just politicians that are running their mouth. Just like Black Lives Matter when they want to defund the police. You ask people that live in the hood, they love the police. They want the police there. They get sick of their kids getting shot.
Shut up, nerd. No, they don't. Some people love the police. Plenty of the hood does not love the police.
In the middle of the street. So most people.
Fucking liar, dude.
Go to Chicago. I mean, go to D.C. Remember when they were protesting D.C.? A bunch of white people. The majority of D.C. population is black. None of the black people are out there protesting. It's a bunch of leftist nut jobs and politicians who are pushing this agenda. Most people want to be safe. The property value goes up when it's safe. Stores come into the community. The economy is boosted. Your schools are better. No person on earth wants crime to be rampant in their cities. Okay. And when their politicians do nothing, then Trump has to step in.
All right, let me give the last word to Nadine. How do you see things in the next 2-3 years in Gaza, in the West Bank, in that region?
I think Trump addressing the Knesset today.
Look how many Jews, just for fun. Hey, man, I know that off the top of my head. 16 million. The pre-World War II population of Jews was 16 million. A third of them got wiped out. They were around like 9 to 10 million in the post-World War II period, and they just got back up to 15 to 16 million. I think like 6 live in the United States, 6 or 7 live in the United States, 6 or 7 live in Israel, and then the remaining 2 or 3 are spread throughout the world.
It just proves how absurd this whole conversation is. He bragged about moving the U.S. embassy to Jerusalem. He rewarded Israel's illegal annexation. He praised Miriam Adelson while also calling her Israel first.
But he also went to Egypt after the Knesset. He also went to Egypt. So, yes, he was at the Knesset. Yes, he got celebrated for getting the hostages released. That's inevitable. But he also then went to Egypt immediately, right? So, I look at the totality of what Trump has done on this very quick visit, and he's going to both sides. He understands you only get to peace by talking and sitting down and doing deals with all warring partners, right? It's the only way you do it.
I mean, what we've seen is the Palestinian resistance today are the orphans of the past Israeli incursions on Gaza, on the West Bank. The number of Hamas militants, just like, the pro-Israel commentators here said, hasn't actually decreased since October 2023. It's just about staying the same. So I think as long as you think that you can't bomb people into peace, you can't bomb people into submission, and Palestinians will continue to resist no matter what, because they are facing a genocidal baby-killing machine that is built on the blood of our people, that's built on the blood.
And they're going to keep getting their butts kicked.
My village in Palestine was annexed 3 weeks ago. Not a single establishment or legacy media outlet has covered it. Beit Tiksa was annexed. You can search this up. And as long as we continue to be dispossessed.
Let's take a look. Doobie says, how many people want Christianity to supplant the will of the people? Google. How many people are Christian nationalists? Percentage. Christian nationalism report. I really wish there was Pew. Surveys conducted in the Public Research Institution, PRRI, in 2024 consistently found that 30% of Americans could be classified as either Christian nationalists, adherents, or sympathizers. PBRI researches classifies Americans into 4 groups based on their level of support for Christian nationalist ideas. Adherents, this group, which overwhelmingly agrees with Christian nationalist statements, made up 10% of the population. So these are people who actually want like a Christian theocracy within the United States. Sympathizers, this group, which agrees with most statements but with less certainty, accounted for 20% of the population. Skeptics and rejectors are 66%. So 90% of the population of the United States are not Christian nationalist at all. 20% of the American population are Christian conservatives who sympathize with some Christian nationalist talking points. And 10% of the American population are Christian nationalists, meaning that they're Christian theocrats. So yeah, bro, like 50 is 50% and 10%. Are those different numbers, Doobie? Correct me if I'm wrong. Are 50 and 10, are those different numbers? Because the equivalent would be, this is 50%. And then also, I don't think that Christian nationalism or Christian theocracy within the United States has a jihadist equivalent. Okay? The closest to jihadist equivalent you have are like Trump cultists trying to overthrow the country. That's what you have. Or like Christian dominionists who are seizing positions of power so they can try to implement Christian theocracy. But that's not, that could be 1% of the American population. I agree with that. But what you're saying is 50%. What you're saying is since 10%, and this isn't even 10%, this is 1%. But since you're saying 10% or whatever are in here, but the moral equivalence would be up here. So it's actually not low IQ at fucking all to say Christian theocracy and Islam don't have the same fucking problems. Statistically, they just don't. No, it's not low IQ. I'm right, you're wrong. How's that? How's that? How about them beans?
Through our lands, denied the right of return, and slaughtered mercilessly, whether in Gaza, whether in the West Bank, or even 48 citizens, Palestinian citizens of Israel. Palestinians are only going to continue to fight that. And they're going to keep getting their butts whooped.
Doobie, how many times do we see where some dude blows himself up to kill the enemy and he's seen as a hero? Yeah, you know who they're killing, Doobie? The enemy, not civilians. How many times do we have movies about American patriots slaughtering civilians on purpose? How many movies do we have about that? Is the answer like 0? Is the answer fucking 0? I think the answer is 0. What is the closest thing to an American glorification of like a mass shooter? The closest thing to the glorification of an American mass shooter was that, like, I think it's called Rampage or something. Rampage mass shooting movie. I think it's this. I think this is the closest thing you have. It's a guy who decides to do a mass shooting. He walks around town blasting like 200 people, and then he frames his best friend and murders his best friend for the rampage. That's this movie, okay? So there's one movie that, by the way, he's still a villain in the movie. He's still a piece of shit. You're still supposed to hate him. But it has a sympathetic narrative of a mass shooter. How many times have we glorified the mass slaughter of civilians in movies? I think, Doobie, I unironically think the answer might be 0. I think the amount of times that Americans have glorified like the mass slaughter, all of the movies talking about mass slaughter are like, oh my God, wasn't this horrible? Like Vietnam, like every Vietnam movie where they kill civilians, they're like, oh my God, this is so bad. America is so sinful. Every atom bomb movie, they're like, oh my God, I can't believe we did this. It's so fucked up. Where's the American movie valorizing the slaughter of civilians? Please tell me. Please tell me. I would love to Google it.
Nature. That is
Okay.
just human nature.
All right, we will
They're
see.
gonna
I
get
hope-
it,
Sorry, before we go, Piers,
Yeah.
I want to remind you that you had Nardine and I on right after October 7th.
I remember, yeah.
Off the bat, you asked her, do you condemn October 7th? She said no. She hardly condemned 9/11. Now that we're seeing each other again face to face, Nardine,
I was in
wanna
second
ask, are
grade
you
when
actually-
9/11 happened. You are a pro-Israel hack.
even talk
You
about
have nothing
condemning
going
9/11.
for you.
It pained
$7,000. Larry Ellison can buy TikTok.
Nardine,
They can
you
buy
are not
PBS.
pro-Palestine.
The
You are
images of the
pro-Hamas.
burned
Because when Hamas
corpses
is
of
slaughtering
Palestinian bodies
literal,
will
when
never
Hamas
escape
is
people's
slaughtering
minds,
all
no
the
matter how
Gazans
much
right now,
propaganda
you're
you
silent.
post.
Hamas is killing
Nobody wants to hear
Palestinians
you.
right
Okay,
now, and you are silent because you're not pro-Palestine.
CBS.
Really stupid. Religious fundamentalism is reduced as living conditions improve. You shouldn't be advocating to treat these people like violent savages. You should be advocating to lift them up. I do. I don't know who you're talking to, Doobie. Maybe you're unfamiliar with my content. I actually think that the Marshall Plan in Gaza is a great idea. I don't know who you're talking to. I think you're talking to somebody else.
Well, can I just say it's good to see. It's good to see. It's good to see. It's good to see the time. It's good.
Go burn things in
Time
Manhattan.
out. It is good to see that you two have moved on with your relationship since you last appeared on the panel together, and that there is
Hamas. We'll never
a
be
new
friends.
harmony to it, which was lacking last time.
That was Israel Palestine in a nutshell, right there.
I mean, you know what? Actually, yes, and that's where we need to
I
get.
condemn killing. Nardine does not.
Yeah.
Israel, Palestine.
Okay.
Palestinians
I'm defending
deranged.
my people,
That's
my
about
land,
right.
and you just have a
I
ridiculous.
think, you know,
media
unusually,
pundit.
unusually for when a panel includes Destiny, he's ended with the most prescient point of all, probably the most pertinent point of all, which is actually, in a way, that is the problem. And we need to get to a place where we can have mutual respect. And actually, I believe.
All right, I'm good. The in reference to this one, you know, Destiny, the few times that he got some elbows in, I'm happy. I hope there's like a 1v1 conversation that gets released between Destiny and Piers, because I'm actually super curious about what's going on here. Why is he in studio and contributes the least to the panel and doesn't have a solo segment? I hope there's a solo segment released eventually, because why would you fly out just to participate in a panel but then not really contribute that much? That doesn't make sense to me. And then look, it's Farah Hadidi in studio talking about feminism and OnlyFans. That's interesting. Anyways, overall, I'm right. You're wrong. I love you, though. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I'm just going to engage with chat for a little bit before we go. I'm going to thank everybody who's already supported the stream. So Grassroots Hegemon kicked us off with a $20 super chat. Patriarch gifted 10 Valor Media Network memberships very early in the morning. Thank you, King. Parasocial love. Anonymous Chatter for $20 says, just keep that sickness to yourself. I will. Grassroots Hegemon also gifted 10 Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you. It's Just Avi gave us a $2 super chat. AKA Badasui gifted 10 Valor Media Network membership. So even when I fight, AKA Badasui, I need to remember that he is a strong supporter of the stream. Thank you, King. Malevolent Vet and Bud123 both did $5 super chats. Thank you, Kings. I parasocially love you. Anonymous Chatter for $50 says, the takers versus doers seems like the Nietzsche rebrand. I remember that one. Thank you for the very large super chat, King. Rick in Maryland did a $2 super chat, and then Grassroots Hegemon did another 20. Thank you guys for your financial support. It really does mean the world to me. Now, I am going to scroll through a little bit and just call out the ones that I see that I'm interested in. And then I'm going to get to the bottom. I'm going to respond to your guys' chats, and we're going to wrap. So how many do we have where he blows some stuff up? That's the one that I actually responded to. So that's good. That's kind of bookmarked. African jihadists are obviously the West. I know, right? Every time a jihadist terrorist slaughters a bunch of people, it's actually the CIA who did it. It's never actually jihadist terrorists. It's always the CIA. There are Muslim nations working with the U.S. and Israel. That doesn't change anything that I said. So making this a religious issue is brain rot. I think that this is like saying that the struggle in the 20th century between the Soviet Union and the United States had nothing to do with capitalism and communism. It had to do with geopolitics. And because there were socialistic nations that helped out the United States, actually it wasn't about communism and socialism. It's very silly. It's very silly to me. Jihadists root their argumentation in geopolitics, but they also root their geopolitical positions in religion. Very silly. It's like pointing to Christians in Canada who burn witches and rape lesbians to correct them and behaving as if this is because of the religion. I do think that witch burning in the medieval period and raping lesbians because they don't believe that homosexuals exist is probably something that happened in the medieval period as a result of Christianity. Oh, Africa, not Canada. I do think that has to do with the religion. If your religion says that homosexuals don't exist, then you use that as an excuse to rape them, then obviously that would be the logic, and the logic would be rooted in the religion. Same thing with burning witches. Throughout the medieval period, we burned witches because they practiced the dark arts. Medieval witch burnings were rooted in Christianity. What the fuck? You have like a middle school perspective on religion. It's crazy. All of the violence from the last 2 or 3 decades spurred by who? You can say it's American geopolitical intervention that's spawning jihadist terrorism, but jihadist terrorism is partially motivated by antipathy and hatred of Christian or atheist dominance over Muslims. You can just read their books. That's what they say. I don't know, man. Like, somebody fucking tells you, like, hey, this is why I'm doing it. And you're like, no, it's not. No, it's not. Doobie says our Secretary of State responded to being told our sanctions on Iraq had killed 500,000 children with by it's worth the cost. Yeah, well, number one, they think the numbers are inflated. Number two, that's not necessarily direct us. Number three, I do agree that the sanctions were fucked up because they weren't targeted. Number four, you could technically lay those deaths at the hand of Saddam Hussein, because if Saddam Hussein agreed to weapons inspections, being peaceful with his allies, and becoming a socioeconomic friend to Israel, Saudi Arabia, and the United States, he could have stopped the suffering at any point. Doobie says, I think you have rose-tinted glasses about the U.S. I really don't. I really know all of the most fucked up sins that we've committed, and I'm pretty honest about them. And you're willing to dismiss the evil we've done to generate the hatred and desperation that has led people to fight us? No, I understand it descriptively. I just think that you don't understand their motivations. I don't sweep for American war crimes. If anything, I describe American war crimes in graphic detail. But I think you're unfamiliar with my content, Doobie. I think you're used to talking to other people. You for being one of the most reasonable people on the internet. Thank you, Harmonic. I appreciate you. Dolus Specialis. Thank you. Thank you. Although that's like forever ago. 141. Jesus, I'm at 205. If a representative of that foreign leader said the deaths of 500K American children was worth the cost of them, how would we respond? Maybe some war. Maybe a little bit of war. But I still don't think slaughtering the civilians of that countryman's of that representative would be appropriate. What the fuck? Anyways, I'm going to scroll to the bottom. If I missed something that you said, type it into the chat. Type it into the chat now. So Zenith says material conditions can affect the level of radicalization, but the religion and the ideology surely affect the level of expression. Yeah, duh. I don't know why that's not 1 + 1 = 2. The witches were trying to cast curses. Maybe they should chill the fuck out. Yeah, I agree. Islamist scholars say it all out loud to each other. They just don't do it in the West. They say it in the West sometimes. Americans not wasting time building a pyre. Sure. Islam means to submit or submission, to imagine Islamists being okay with not ruling the world. Right. That isn't the medieval period. It happens in Africa today. Yes, but I'm telling you that the motivation is the same. The anti-witch burning of witches in Africa is parallel to the medieval European burning of witches. And it's because they believe that any kind of pagan voodoo is anti-Christian and anti-God. Therefore, those people should be killed. What the fuck? I don't, I'm saying like 1 + 1 = 2. And you're like 1 - 1 + 1 + 1 = 4. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Valor Media Network react to Jarhead before other movies. Also Raging Tomato at 9:30ish. Tomorrow I'll be doing that debate. Christianity, which especially does not call for burning people alive, is not the actual reason they burned witches. This was a holdover from prior superstitions. A religion doesn't just replace the existing culture. We'll have to talk about the Old Testament sometime. Yeah, the Raging Tomato tomorrow, 9 p.m. That's when I'll be doing it. AK Badisui says, don't let my donations influence how much you criticize me. I can take it. Well, I parasocially love you for that, AK Badisui. I'm happy that that we can fight and still remain some level of frenemies. We're not even really frenemies. If you're like a conservatarian who leans more on the Trump side or the libertarian side or some other side, I don't really give a shit. If you're more Sitch and Adam than you are counterpoints, that's totally fine. I don't even know if you're a Sitch and Adam guy. That was just my vibe. Yeah, if we disagree, it's not a big deal. Just I know sometimes we got into passionate arguments and I went a little bit off the handle. That's all. But anyways, we are caught up. Thank you to the dozen people who donated today. Thank you for your generosity to the stream. Thank you for your generosity yesterday. Thank you for your generosity the day before. Thank you for your generosity last week. Thank you for your generosity the month before. It truly is a joy and an honor to hang out with you fine folk and get to break down content, even when I'm tired and even when I'm grumpy. It's great. My chat seems to have stalled. So I'm going to reload the page real quick and just make sure there isn't anything else. Hold on one second. Yeah, there we go. Last chat I have is AKA Batasui. So I don't know if everybody dipped, but I'm still showing like 120 people on my end. But I'm seeing the last chat as AKA Batasui. So I don't know if that's just you guys are tired and it's wrapping up time, or if it's something on my end. Let me double check. No. Chat on YouTube is loaded the same, so I don't know if it's anything crazy going on your end. But to the 110, 120 people that are hanging out with me, I'm going to dip out. I parasocially love you. Thank you for hanging out today. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I will see you. I'm going to be gone tomorrow, but I will be back tomorrow night for a debate. And then I will be back on Friday for more content. We'll do a reaction in the morning, and then we'll do Valor Reacts in the afternoon. And we'll do Valor Reacts on Twitch. But anyways, for some reason, chat's still not loading for me. But I parasocially love you guys. I hope you have a beautiful day. Have a great one. 07s. See you later.